just like I told the guy on ABC, danger is my business.
Danger is my business. Oh, you need to switch me over. Yeah, it's a good thing we have a producer.
There we go.
Yeah, I've never been more appreciative of having my own producer. She's trying to teach Captain Michael Sartain how to do his own podcast. Well, finally, we're back in lovely Las Vegas, Nevada. Home of the Western Conference champions, the Las Vegas Golden Knights. Suck it, everybody else. The villains of the NHL, apparently. Oh, man. I want to let everyone know that it's not men who are the problem. It is women who are the problem right now, and we're going to get into it thick and heavy. Here we go.
Women's whole lens of the social world has moved not only online but universal. Many of them, especially Gen Z, live their whole existence through the lens of Instagram, posting the most mundane of life updates. They plan their lives around what will look good on Instagram, literally photographing and videoing everything and giving a daily update. The Ukrainian refugees, they walk around like they're a journalist. They will narrate their life to the audience like they're the main character.
I would imagine Instagram skews much more female. It really does fit female psychology. Basically, Instagram becomes like a collage of your life highlights. It seems like that's something that's much more appealing to the female mind. Their social media feeds are much more curated that way than men's, for example. I wonder how much that's affected social life in other ways. One thing that comes to mind is how long people are delaying family formation. And you have to wonder how much of that is a factor when you have to collect X number of experiences in your 20s and kind of build this up.
They kind of see their life far more as a storybook. Their youthful prime is this opportunity to gather the most attention. Every time that they post, they're being socially validated, which is really what women run on.
Yes, including this chick right here.
Describe your ideal partner.
Tall, muscular, rich.
Do you think are the qualities of a man that you'd like to date?
Rich, muscular, tall,
Oh.
8-pack.
Like your motherland.
Rich, muscular, but tall. Mm-hmm.
You need to lower your standards. You're not going to get tall, muscular, 8-pack. You don't go to
Where did
the
this
gym.
8-pack come from?
I don't know.
8-pack looks good.
You don't go to the gym.
I mean, excuse me, you don't need that. We're just supposed to go to the gym today. There's no shame in being picky when it comes to love, all right?
Right. Okay. Everyone, bookmark that. Remember that for the today's lesson. Okay.
What is the perfect arm for a boyfriend?
Oh God, 30. I think.
Wait. Before I do that, I got to set this up. Kyle, okay, look at those arms right there.
Yep.
Okay. Which do you think women, predictively, which would you think women would prefer?
3.
3? Okay, here we go.
I would say maybe 2 or 3. Because you don't want it, whatever that is at the end, though, with the veins, everything, like...
Not too much.
That is like, I don't know, that looks like a predator type of arm, I don't know.
Ooh, 3 or 4. In between 3 and 4.
Why not 5?
Because it looks like they're not going to eat a sweet treat with me.
I'd say 3. I would say 5.
Damn.
5! You're the first girl to say 5 today.
Oh, it's just a tree. 3. It's right in the middle.
What do you think is the perfect definition?
2.
Why 2?
This looks inhuman.
That looks not...
So does this a little bit. So somewhere here.
What is the perfect arm for a boyfriend?
Maybe a 2.
Why?
Because like anything above a 3 is definitely for the male gaze.
That is actually wrong.
How's that wrong?
I don't know.
That is actually wrong.
No, you're wrong.
Approved.
B, you are falling in love with Garrett Graham, but reminded that you have a husband and kids. Why these kids of ours are always getting in the way? Married woman. I'm cracking up. This was me today. Married woman. Literally me on the last episode. Married woman. Ha ha ha, yes. Married woman. Ma'am, you're not alone. Ma'am, you're a Muslim mother acting like this? That's crazy. Muslim, Christian, atheist, black, white, it doesn't matter. You cannot turn a hoe into a housewife. Dang, that is just so tough.
Oh my God, pay attention to this one. This is like pure evil.
Who's that?
Family vacations.
Missing your lips right now.
Somebody.
Let me see.
Nobody.
Who the fuck is Joshua?
Oh my God. He's my friend. He's gay. He's just saying because he knows that I want to
JJ, go over there real quick. JJ.
All right.
Go. Who the fuck is that? I will fucking put on a whole fucking scene in this.
Your friend.
Who the fuck? But why they keep texting you?
Because
Why they keep texting you?
he's my friend.
So text your friend, I want to meet him. Tell him your fiance wants to meet him. Tiffany, I'm not joking. Who the fuck is that? And they keep texting you.
It's just one text. He just misses my lips.
Which one?
The most dangerous type of fuckboy because you don't see him coming. He presents as someone who is safe. He's, he's maybe a 6. Like usually boys are like really good looking and you can kind of know what you're getting into, but you do it anyway. Like maybe an Austin or a Craig or something or a Shep. And Wes,
the entire cast of Southern Charm.
The entire cast of Southern Charm. You don't see Wes coming. You kind of get to know him as like a friend. And then all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute, I'm being played by this guy.
It's like he's had to make up for his lack of looks his whole life with his personality. So
Right.
he has created this alter ego that has
Jacob.
really become this person who can attract women and charm women and get them into his grasp. Like it seems like this has been what he's worked towards his entire life to, make up, because he's honestly not that attractive. So he has relied on his personality and really, really gotten good at playing people and being somebody that he's not. Like, honestly, like, maybe he should get into acting because he has been acting this entire time and people have fallen for it right and left, even the smartest people like Sierra.
Oh, those guys are fags!
One. Imagine being
Oh,
this guy.
yeah. My favorite video of the week.
My name is Tom. Kind of a nerdy guy. I like a lot of Dungeons and Dragons, Vampire the Masquerade. And
By the way, just because I know people are going to ask, yes, I did send this to Jake Monroe to give me his rundown on it. I don't know if he did because he's running like a 12-hour live stream today.
anime, video games. Feel like this is playing really well so far. I like it.
So you're actually into goth girls?
Oh, absolutely.
Have you ever taken this many girls on at the same time?
Wow. No, I cannot say that I have.
Oh, new experience.
New experience, yeah, we like that. We like having new
I
experiences.
love being people's firsts.
Yes. Okay, noted.
Are we your first?
Yes.
Yes,
Damn. Or one of you probably
All right.
will be.
Tom, you're a catch.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That tongue did something already.
Really?
The tongue did something already. and
Man.
I don't know how I feel about it. I do
That's funny. This guy's like this total normie. it's like an NPC.
know how I feel about it. I feel good.
What makes goth women like better than like non-goth women?
They're hot.
We subscribe to a more alternative lifestyle, so typically we're just going to be a breath of fresh air from your typical woman.
Can already tell because
What they mean by that is that they're going to have mental health episodes that are even more extreme than an average female.
Well, yeah,
So, like,
that
you're
too.
right. It's going to be different. It will be even more profound and extreme. Worth it? Okay. Is that possible?
Yeah, things right now that I'm like,
Yeah,
that
it's
I've
possible.
not been used to before.
It doesn't affect anything, by the way. So.
I kind of would have liked it if it did.
Unless you wanted to, we can, bite down a little.
You bite back?
Yeah.
You know, they're looking for an eater and you're looking for a biter.
I kind of like that.
Yeah. She's a voice actor. Do the voice thing.
Voice?
Yeah, really good at it too.
Oh, that was nice. That was nice. I like that. Okay.
Anybody else do voice stuff?
You are such a good boy.
People wonder why I love cock girls.
Oh my god. The simp economy is so big now. It's actually crazy how big the simp economy is. Yes, it's Tectone's ex-girlfriend. It is. That one of them is absolutely Tectone's ex-girlfriend. Yes.
Are you a good boy,
Yes.
Tom?
I am today.
Hey.
I mean, just read the shirt, you know?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, who's a good boy?
Who's a good boy? Oh, okay, yeah.
So performative, yeah. Wow. I don't know what to say.
Here's what you say.
Well, I'm a whore.
This is known as a pre-selection picture. Now,
We got to watch here. This is a pre-selection picture. Well, that's one.
a lot of guys think if they take pictures with attractive women, that's going to make other women more interested in them and makes them look more higher status. But
yeah,
what I actually have found is that it backfires. If you are looking for a serious woman,
hey, who is that? Who's that fine animal in the back there? Those guys.
Who's that?
I was like, come on, man. Like, who doesn't know who that is in the back there? You don't even like. Why would you bother like blacking out his face? Everyone knows that's Michael Sartain.
to date, her going to her Instagram profile and especially looking on your dating apps, if she sees this,
It's called especially, not especially.
you are immediately disqualified. The only thing that you're going to do is impress other men. The only exception to posting pictures like this is if you're a promoter or if you're a photographer who
Yep. You mean like Michael Sartain is a promoter?
photographs women and you want more women to see, look, I'm with other women, I'm a safe guy. So here's what you should do instead. You should do something called subtle pre-selection. Now, subtle
I see. So I'm gonna come at it from the
women's
I like that. I like subtle pre-selection. We're gonna talk a little bit about that later.
pre-selection won't backfire. When I say subtle pre-selection, this means that you show signs that a woman might be with you or hints that you have women in your life.
No, you don't want that. Actually, you need to.
For example, this is me at a rooftop pool party.
It is. Where are you?
I just so happened to capture the photo when a woman was handing me the drink.
It's a hand with a drink. It could have been anyone. That could have been you, man.
Wait, hold up.
Other examples of subtle pre-selection include attractive women standing beside you or around you.
Yeah.
Or let's say you're at a nice dinner, you take a picture of your food, but you don't show who's in the back, but you do show a little bit of the plate, just a little bit.
Dude, I'm sorry to say, like, I don't think I have ever in my life taken a picture of my food and put it up on my Instagram. I mean, I might send it. I go, hey, check. I might send, like, if I'm having a really good, like, I got some new sushi thing, right? I might take a picture and send it to my daughter because that's my fucking daughter, okay? I don't put it on Instagram. What the fuck?
She should not be touching you, and you should not be touching her. Looks overly romantic. It looks
hover hand.
Looks too try hard, and it looks like you're trying to prove yourself. To be honest,
what if it's casual? What if it looks like somebody else like took the picture?
Especially for dating apps, I would much rather you take aesthetic, nice pictures of just you yourself, because at the end of the day, you're not selling a lifestyle. You are not selling the fact that you're with other women. You are selling yourself as the product. Women care about you, not how many hot blondes you're around. Now, if you want to learn how to take high quality and high leverage photos,
yeah, that's enough of that. I firmly disagree. I sent this to Mike already. I'm sure we will probably have something to say. We will probably dedicate an entire show to this
dissection.
this whole thing. Yeah, so it's there's a concept. It's called mate choice copying, my good friend, and it's especially important for you to remember. Let's
willing
go
to cry on the internet to get what you want. I think you're kind of weak. You should do whatever it takes to get people talking about you. I cry and listen. I was #1 on Twitter. I have a TV episode on Hulu. All because
God, that hair, man. Fuck, how do you get that?
Because I was willing to shed a tear on the internet.
Have you trained yourself to be able to cry on command?
Yeah, actually I have. But when I shed these tears,
of course, you never know with those glasses on.
It's from a place.
Can you do it for me now? Well, I got to be in the right place.
Of reality. I think about the fact that I'm completely alone in this world. I have very few friends, really anyone I can trust. I basically have no family other than my brother, and then I have up childhood. When I shed these tears, it's coming from a place of being brutally by this world.
Oh my God. I'm sorry to say, everybody, but we have entered the you're the producer. My bad. Yes, yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have entered the Derek Zoolander phase of the red pill right now. All I can do is laugh to keep from crying. So how are we all doing? Look at this today, man. We changed up the colors and the one thing I need to do for Access Vegas on the next show is I got to get some more plants and put some. It's so there's cords hanging down. It's like the whole reason we got these plants for this place was to cover up all the technical crap and everything. I need to do the same thing out at Origin Studios. How are we all doing, man? Who is that kid? Isn't he like is that like Clav's little brother?
I mean, he's kind of like the Looks Maxon thing. Kind of.
Yeah, well, that's why I always see him like because he's always attached to any of these other kick streamers.
I'm gonna be honest, I can't watch that content, so it's like.
I mean, I don't unless it shows up because lucky you, because I have all my good friends on Instagram who send me all these. Hey, have you seen this yet? No, and I wish I hadn't now. I saw this and that's follicular. It's follicular, not follicular. He is officially known as follicular now. You're correct. I think so. Follicular. That probably really is his name too. So you'll remember it. Oh, hey, check it out. Bronx just texted me. I think my suit is ready. I've got it. They've been doing me a custom suit for a while, and I think it's finally ready here now that it's June. I got fitted for that back when I still had a bag, when I still had that thing going on. I'm like, I hope they got the dimensions right because I don't have that shit no more. Oh, man. Well, how are we all doing? I have been on so many goddamn podcasts in the last 48 hours. I can't even shake a stick at them. I was on the Untouchables podcast and I didn't know what I was getting into. I just the guy was hitting me up on Instagram a whole bunch of times and I'm like, you know what? Okay, I'll finally do it. So I went and I did that on, was that Friday? Yeah, it was Friday. And then, so it was Friday. And then it started, I knew it was going to be a long podcast because it was a panel show. And at first I thought they were just having me on just do an interview. No, it was kind of meant to be an ambush show, but the people that they wanted to ambush me didn't show up, which is always the best kind of show. But the funny thing is I ended up getting along with pretty much everybody on that show. There's this one dude who was on there and he's a married kind of relationship coach kind of guy. And I thought I would hate the dude, but I actually don't. I thought he was actually kind of a cool dude. And I thought he would probably give me some pushback, but once I was on there and I brought Mike on with me too. And by the way, that was the last minute addition. I just hey, why don't you come on and hang out with us? Because apparently the people that they wanted to have on there didn't really show up. So it was okay. I am streaming all over the world right now. Isn't this cool? I guess we all have to stream in multiple. I'm looking at it. We have Facebook is streaming. We got YouTube, of course. We've got Twitch, which nobody watches. Well, I've got 2 or 3 people that watch regularly on Twitch. I love you. Thank you. Keep watching. X, of course. X gives me a lot of views. Yeah. I'm pleasantly surprised with that. And then I have my Rumble stream, which I'm going to be doing completely much more regularly now. And then I also am hopefully streaming to Substack, which I finally figured out how to do today. So welcome to all my 18,000 people who are subscribed to me on Substack. Nice to have you along for the ride. Is that me today? I did this. You can't really tell because the lights are all fucked up in here, but I just been doing the chin strap recently. And yes, if you want me to take the beanie off, it's going to cost you how much we should charge them for a beanie draw today. $200. $200. Okay. And $200 super chatting and I'll do the rest of the show without the beanie. Watch it just show up boom, immediately.
Boom, just sent right through.
That's what happened last time too. I think are we getting chats from? I don't see any chats coming in from Rumble just
Yeah, I
yet.
don't
But
see it
Rumble
either.
is not like my prime channel though. Sam Bada's in the house. Thank you for being the mod again. So I did the Untouchables, which was actually a very good show in hindsight. Made a new friend. Her name is Ghosty. Ghosty.
Okay.
And she's from Philadelphia. So I just wanted to thank her one more time for showing up. That was a really good show. And then right after that, about half an hour after that, we went and did Mike's show for another 2 hours. So I think I was online from, what was it, 1 o'clock, 1:30 until 10 o'clock at night. Basically, that's all I did was just live stream on Fridays. And then if you watch Mike's show, we also had Emily Selena, who is also known as Selena Slay. Go look her up on Twitter. Well, maybe you don't want to. Make sure your wife's not watching your screen when you go look her up on Twitter. But she's a good friend of me and Mike's. And it's funny because like usually she's on the show and she doesn't say too much when we're doing Access Vegas. But like when it's just like her and me and Mike and everything, she's actually pretty intelligent. So pretty cool. What is this? Oh yeah, where's PP when you need him? I don't have the PP sound drop. Sorry, that one's on my home system. I gotta bring that over. So yeah, that was a good show. And then, as if that weren't enough, as if you hadn't had enough of me, I did Rule Zero yesterday from 8:30 until about 10:30 in the morning. So I did about 2-hour show with Nuke and Aaron Clary. Decided to grace us with his presence, his old man presence, until he got bored and then he left. About an hour in, he's like, "All right, I gotta go out and do yard work." But it was a really good discussion. And one of the things we talked about, which I'm going to get into today, is the Patrick Bet David situation. And Nuke, thank you for doing your dissertation on that. I think I can probably put a little bit of a different spin on. Thanks, man. On Patrick Bet David, simply because I've worked with Patrick Bet David and I've worked with Valuetainment. I was instrumental in helping Adam Sosnick get his sauce cast, at least as the sort of the girl, the girls show that he was doing. Helped him out with that. Also, Jedediah Bila, before she decided that it wasn't worth working for Valuetainment anymore. It was a bum deal. So glad that's good. Yeah, I've been busting my ass, and you know what? Nobody pays me shit, so I just do this. I do this for the love of the game, man. Which is interesting because now we're kind of having to mix things up. We have to do Kick. We have to do Rumble. We have to. Well, now Substack. I guess since I got a lot of people on Substack, I'd be stupid not to. Twitch, although such as it is, I think Twitch is probably gonna. Twitch is mostly for games, though, right? Would you say Kick is more, because I will have Kick on the next stream for sure. I already have I just wasn't able to add the account before we went live, but yeah. I do have a Kick account now too, and I'm just sort of like working it into the regular rotation. So thank you. I appreciate you because everybody wants to tell me to go to hell. Always. I had some really interesting shit happened, and I wasn't really able to talk too much about it last week because we had Fresh on the show. And I kind of like whenever we have a Jesus Christ. Okay, wait, what time is it?
It is exactly
1:38 p.m.
Yep.
Correct? Yes. Okay. Well, it's the first time Michael Sartain has interrupted the show with a text, so if you had 1:30, if you had that spot, you're a winner. What is he sending me? 58,000 views on Destiny, of course. What is he sending me this for? Now I'm curious. Sorry, we interrupt this program. What the fuck is he talking about? Oh my god. Okay, so it's a Destiny thing. I'll check it out later. I don't think Destiny's not that important. Although I did see that. Did everybody see that the announcement that he's now officially dating Lauren Southern?
I have not.
That's what I heard. That it's now a thing. He's now a thing. Really? After all that fucking bullshit you put me through in 2023, really? You know what gets me is like, it's only fun. I know. God damn it. You guys got me started. It's only important to me, right? Because like when I was getting run up the flagpole, man, there's very few people who have my fucking back, man. There were a few. Andrew Wilson will forever be my blood brother for having my back throughout that whole fiasco, right? Thor, Red Pill Thor. I hate to say it, but Glenn Lawrence had my back during that time. So I have to say that. Tiffany Fox had my back during that time. Paul from Come On My Podcast guy. I forget your last name, Paul. Sorry. Yeah, those guys were cool with me. Mike, of course, had my back that whole time too. But you know, I hate it when like shit like this goes down. Like with somebody who's a good friend of mine, like I very rarely do I get myself into any kind of hot water. And in fact, I don't think I actually got myself into hot water during that time. It was actually manufactured hot water. And then a year after that, then they said I had both of the usual suspects said I had some sort of racist alt account on Twitter, right? Which of course you could still go find those YouTube videos that are completely debunked now, but they still think this, right? But I mean, these are like some really fucking evil people. And I don't use that term very often, but yeah. And to think for a moment that a guy who is an admitted sex offender by his own admission is still out podcasting and people are still watching this guy. Mike's right. Nobody cares. No one cares. So why should I? I don't, not anymore. Right. I look more like Asmongold. You look more and more like Asmongold. Dude,
Oh, no.
I wish I had his hair.
Yeah, his hair?
Yeah, please, man. I'd be all about that. Asmongold doesn't have guns like this. Are you fucking kidding me? Asmon. Okay, here we go. Asmon, if you're watching, pose down right here. Come to Vegas. We'll do a pose. We could go to the pose room in Powerhouse and do a live stream right there.
Yeah.
I will win. I will win. I must crush you. That would be funny, though. I would do that. Oh, and so one of the reasons I brought up Asmongold, did you see there's a clip of him talking about how he's like 30. I think he said he was 38 now. And he was like, he's like, I don't have a girlfriend. I felt like I should be further along in life by now with kids and stuff like that. And I hate to say it, but it kind of got me. Like because I work with guys in the same predicaments, like with Reignite as well, right? And I could have been a dick. I could have been like, see, I told you. Well, I guess the red pill's right. I could have said that, but I didn't. I was like, dude, I said, if you ever, I just, he's no me from fucking Adam, but like, I left him a comment on that. And I said, look, if you ever want, to talk to me, I said, here's the book, if you want a copy, I'll send you a copy, blah, blah. Just reaching out. Cause I don't care if like you're my worst enemy. If you're fucked up in that way, I'm going to reach out to you no matter what. So, because that's really what the whole thing is about. I had some interesting experiences. I kind of wanted to relate to everybody. I got some stories to tell you from Miami. I wasn't able to really relate those because we had Fresh last week, but we had some really interesting times at the Miami White Party on the fishing charter. Was fantastic. Didn't get a sailfish. I wish I would have, but I got a dinosaur instead. I caught a damn thing was like probably like at least a 5 foot, maybe 6 foot fucking barracuda. I think it was huge, man. I don't catch fish. I catch dinosaurs. But no, we had some really good stories to tell. One of the things that I do, like if you were, and this is not a pitch, I'm just telling you this because this is like story time. Okay. If you're part of like Reignite, one of the things that we do after every event is I get the guys and we'll have like breakfast or like a brunch, or we'll have a lunch or something shit like that. Because usually people have to leave like the next day afterwards. But I always make a point to get everybody together around a table, and we have to tell one story from the night before. And then this time, everybody had way more than one story to tell. And so I like to kind of do like sort of, it's almost like an after action kind of report kind of thing. It's just so everybody can, it's like, what did you learn from all of this? Because if you're not like recounting this and understanding, most of it's like, oh, I fucked up here, I fucked up there. But some guys, not naming any names, some guys got laid. So, or some guys got cock blocked too as well. But you'll learn something, right? And that's the thing that I really kind of, I have to use as sort of a metric or a sort of a measurement of some sorts to figure out where these guys used to be and where they are right now. And it's real easy to sort of get caught up in the moment, because if we get a new guy into the group, which we've had like 2 or 3 of them recently, and we get the guys into the group and they're kind of like they're at zero, right? We say zeroed out there. They just got hammered flat by something, right? Maybe it was a divorce. Maybe they got kicked out of the house. Maybe they lost their job or something like that. And they're starting over. And then there's the guys who are already in the group who were where those dudes were. And now they're at a different place. And that's good for me as sort of, the guy who's organizing all this, and for Joe too, my partner, Joe, to sort of get a bearing on where to start with the new guys and where to use, these are sort of like, I don't know, milestones along the way for these guys who are progressing. For instance, you're already very familiar with Jim Kilgore, right?
Yep.
Jim Kilgore no longer needs Reignite. No longer needs it. He was part of MOA for a while, then he became a part of my group. In fact, now I consider him one of my best friends, but he's more or less our style counselor right now. He's helping us out with the men's clothing and stuff. We've got 2 guys actually. We have Christian Dom from Jackson Maximus in Miami, and then I've got Jim Kilgore right now. So we are stacked for, if you need style, we got the dudes for that. And not just like style as in like, hey, let's go down to the fashion district and pick shit up. Like a lot of the guys that come into the group, they're stylistically rudderless. How that's a nice way to put it. They don't know where to go with themselves, especially when you're trying to like sort of reinvent themselves and become something new. And they don't know what's going to work for them. They feel a little awkward, trying on. They've never had I hate to say it, adult men, right? 45 some odd years old, have never had a tailored suit in their life. I'm like, dude, the time is now. You need to have a tailored suit. Here we go. And they've never even had a fitting. And I've had a couple of guys. Well, actually, last year I had probably 3 or 4. This year I had like 2 guys who did fittings with Christian in Miami. That was a really great experience. But it's really fun for me, anyways. I get a lot of sort of, I don't know, satisfaction. I don't know. Personal fulfillment out of watching these guys go from being like where they were and seeing them progress to where they are right now. And I almost want to say Jim Kilgore is like the final boss. he's like the final form. And so Jim's got himself a steady girlfriend for about a year now. And I met her, Hannah. She's a really great girl. And people want to ask me, like I say, like, I'll get this thrown at me. I've had it was thrown at me just recently. You guys just try to filch money out of these poor, impressionable kids. I'm like, my demo is not kids. Okay. But these poor guys who are in this tough place, and you're capitalizing on their crisis and everything like that. I'm like, so I should just leave them alone. Just let them figure shit out for themselves, assuming they do. But that's not even the point. The point is that like, I see the same stories happening over and over and over again. And now I'm getting to the point where I can anticipate. I know the questions to ask. I can anticipate the things. And what's great now is I've got guys in the group who used to be where these dudes were, and now they are at a different spot. They're like 2 years into the program, right? Or they're maybe, in the case of like Harold, he's been with me since like the Patreon days. So it's like, he's probably like 3 years in now. And so I look at these guys and I'm just like, I'm actually doing something. I feel good that I'm actually doing something with these guys. But I get this, I get the critiques all the time. Like, oh, you just want to teach guys how to get their notch count up. You guys just want to go and fuck hot girls. Yeah. But that's not the point. The point is most of these guys they're not trying to be players. You think my guys are trying to, well, there's a few, maybe there's a few. I can name some names, but I'm not going to. Well, I could actually name Jim Kilgore would have been one of them, but not anymore. Now he is matured. He's finally figured out what he wants in his life, right? So, Yeah, you could do that. And I think what's funny is like it gets down to like what the red pill is really about. I'm going to talk about this because this is kind of my build up to the Patrick Bet David thing that I'm going to get into here in a second. Because a lot of people think that the red pill is just about, or the manosphere or whatever is, it's Andrew Tate. You're trying to, teach these guys how to be alpha males. No, that's not everything, right? It's you have to remember that that's a caricature. That's a cartoon of what they want you to think about like the red pill or the manosphere or whatever. I tried to bring that up on the interview that Mike and I did for the ABC Australian TV documentary series. I don't know what to call it. With Mark Fennell, who everybody told me, and he said, "Oh, don't do it, Rolo. They're gonna push you over the cliff." Maybe, I don't think so though. You got to remember, I would have told you all about this last Sunday. Again, we had Fresh in, so I kind of like wanted to give him the floor. But just to give you a quick update, I think that Mark Fennell and the rest of the producers and whoever else was sending Mark actually was very measured. There were no gotcha moments whatsoever, at least that were planned. There was no gotcha moment, and that's my story for today. But there's no gotcha moments that were planned. He wasn't like asking questions to sort of like, hey, well, you said this one time, and then how about this? He did. I will give him credit though. The dude has read my book because he was actually quoting stuff from my book. So I know at the very least he skimmed through it before he did the interview of me. And then Mike was there too. And everybody knows Mike can talk, right? And it was really good because we split time. He's a very good interviewer because he sees that Mike is Mike and he can talk, right? I think one of the reasons Mike does that is for the same reason I kind of used to do that. I guess I kind of do still now, but like not to the same degree. Mike is at a different kind of phase in all of this than I am. Like for a while I used to say Mike was in the honeymoon phase because he couldn't believe like how, his brand was building, his signal was growing. And this was like right after, he'd always been very popular, don't get me wrong, but his show Access and our show Access Vegas and my own show, we've all grown as a result of our relationship together. Hell, you and me and Miguel and everybody else, we are very much a co-op in that respect. But Mike can talk, right? As we know. And Mark Fennell's really good. I could tell he's a very good, experienced interviewer because, as I said before, I've worked with Pat Campbell, and Pat Campbell was very much the same way. If he senses somebody's talking more than another, then he'll find a way to sort of redirect it over to the other person. So I would say we both got about 50-50 in the actual interview, which is rare. but it's good because Mike's at that point where it's like he's trying to balance comprehensiveness with being concise, which is something I still kind of struggle with today. But he still has to keep, rambling. He still has to keep making point after point after point. I saw him. He did, Mike, this is when we were in Miami. We both did the Danza Project, which is fantastic. If you haven't seen it, Miguel Danza has released it in, I think, 3 separate parts. So if you go, I don't have the link here. Maybe Sam Botta can dig it up for me, but it's the Danza Project. You can just search for it in YouTube. Not right now, later. And I want you guys to subscribe to the Danza Project because it's just a solid podcast and always has been. And they aren't just one topic. You might go there and you say, "Oh, they're all about sports, or they're all about rappers, or whatever, or urban culture, or something like that." They're not. There's a lot of variety, and they have us on pretty much every year. And we really, we catch up. What's funny is like we've been going to the Danza Project for, I think this is our fourth year that we've gone there. The first year, his first son was born. We come the second year, there's another kid. We went this year, and he's got a new daughter. I'm like, damn, dude. Like, if we stop coming, you're gonna stop having kids. But he had a lot of kids, man. And he has a great pit bull too, Apollo. Yeah. Shout out to Apollo the pit bull, man. I love that dog. But it was a really good show, man. It's just such good fucking content. And this is what I want to get to is like, that's the manosphere, man. That's the fucking real red pill. is shows like me and Mike going and doing shit with Danza. And Danza Project's not a quote unquote red pill show, but we'll go do the material there. Same thing with we were just doing I can go on what do you call it, Sean Kelly's show. And another announcement, my my discussion, my talk with Mike Rashid, not Mike, what am I saying, Rashad McCants is out finally. I hate to say that we preempted that because we actually had him in on Mike's show before Sean Kelly finally released the show out, because Sean Kelly kind of like front loads all of his content and then he just shoots it out sporadically. But don't worry about it. Oh, we're gonna get to that. Would you like me to talk? Hell, fuck, why not? Let's just talk about that right now. Hold on.
What are you gonna do about it? I'll suck his dick.
Hi, Rolo. Are you watching Paul Elam's Fixing the Manosphere? No, I'm not. He likes to mention you. Really? Paul really knows his stuff and makes good points about red pill movement and all that. Well, the very fact that you would call it a movement means I don't think he knows what he's talking about. I don't know. We'll see. I have been aware of Paul Elam since the Roosh days. Since before I even showed my face on my smiling mug on anywhere. I remember Paul Elam when he started A Voice for Men, and I want to say it was back in 2012. It was pretty early. I remember In Malafide was still a blog back then. The Spearhead was still around. And then, of course, Roosh V's forums were going. And then there was Return of Kings, which nobody knows what the fuck I'm talking about right now, because that was in the foggy days of the Did you like that? Did you like Rashad McCants? I'm glad you did. It was a funny episode. I was surprised he had a lot of red pill talking points because most of his NBA players simple lot. Yeah, they do. That's one of the reasons like we became like pretty good friends, man. I could text him right now. Let's go get Rashad in here. Rashad's in LA and he likes to play poker. He plays the poker tournaments here in Vegas. And so whenever he's here for a tournament, then we go hang out. So, and how that happened, I don't know. But if it's funny. Have you seen it? Have you seen that where he's wearing the crown?
Yeah.
And stuff? I walked into the green room at Origin Studios and he was there with that. And he's got I expected him to have bling. Okay. I mean, Fresh would have it too, right? I was not expecting the crown. And I thought, this is either going to be the worst podcast I've ever done or the best podcast I've ever done. It turned out to be the best. And we hit it off, man. He's a really cool dude. Oh, yeah. So anyways, yeah, so it was good. Yeah, Return to Kings and Roosh V Forum. Thanks, Nuke. Yeah, those were, I actually wrote one single article for Return of Kings back in the day. I know Donovan Sharp was writing for Return of Kings for a while too. So it's funny to think that there are actually guys who go back that far who actually started as writers, like blogging before they became, household names, of course. But anyways, yeah. So Elam was part of A Voice for Men. He was doing the MRA thing. I never really had too much. I never had too much back and forth with him. It was him and Dean Esme. Those were the only two names I even knew. But then, of course, there's Karen Strawn, and then there's Janice Fumingo, and then there is Christine Hoff Summers, who, by the way, was part of all that and then springboarded into whatever. Then she became Christine Hoff Summers. And then Cassie J. And then and I started wondering, why is it that all of the MRAs I know are female? So again, it's just like, good for you. I've never been a top down guy. I've been the bottom up guy. Like I want to work with guys, and it's more like each one tell one. I would rather work on the cellular granular level than try to initiate some sort of I don't know, political change or some shit like that, because that doesn't happen unless there are people who are already red pill and then they get into, I don't know, they become a judge, right? Yeah. Or they become somebody told me this, and I don't know how accurate this is. JD Vance used to be part of the red pill subreddit. Mm-hmm. Is that true?
I don't know.
I don't know. You're gonna find. Oh, Perplexity. Tell me. Let's reference Perplexity. Yeah, I don't think so. Maybe, I don't know. It's a possibility. Where did I put that? I had some slides here today. Well, all right. Well, Let's start with that one, anyways. Yeah. Okay. Sammy, what are you doing with me, Sammy? Okay. You know what? Let me just get to these super chats fast before I get too involved. I don't want to get too lost in the sauce here. Rolo, does male ontology? That's your vocabulary. Hey, you get that. Wait, here you go. Let's see. Oh, wait, no. Perfect. That's what you get for today. No, yeah, this is what you get. Cheetos! Okay, inherently preclude the formation of brotherhood uber alles to the same scale as sisterhood uber alles. Good question. Thank you, student. So here's the thing: is you got to. This is my take on it. Okay, I'm not gonna. This is me just spitballing here. This is me being as deductive as I possibly can be. If you look at human development over our evolutionary past, right? We essentially came up in hunter-gatherer tribes, right? As such, because of sexual dimorphism, because we had a division of labor. Obviously, men were the hunters and women were the gatherers, right? They're the berry pickers. Now, is that what everybody was limited to? No, but I'm just using these as general terms right now. Okay, so when you look at women forming collectives, like when I say what does a social organization look like that is by women for women, right? What do politics look like if it's by women for women? What does religion look like if it's by women for women? How do women organize societies, right? Well, they refer to, or it seems more logical to them, or it seems natural, seems emotionally fulfilling, let's just say, if everybody all got along, right? Because there's strength in numbers, because women are the vulnerable sex. So it's better if we can all get together. And if you look at like how little girls interact, like when they're 5 years old, 6 years old, this is straight out of psychology, child psychology 101. Little girls form what are called peer clutches, right? And the worst thing in the world for any one of those little girls, and I know this firsthand because I watched my daughter go through this, right? The worst thing in the world for any one of those little girls to happen to them is to say, I'm not going to be your friend anymore, and to be ostracized from the group. Because why? That meant death. back in the caveman days, back in the, let's see, the Pleistocene era, not the Plasticine era, Mike, the Pleistocene era, the Paleolithic era, whatever you want to call it. Back in the day. So to be ostracized from the village, remember how they say it takes a village to raise a child? Well, that's because women think it's better to do an organized society in the round. It makes better sense. It was safety in numbers. Security is one of the primary, imperatives of women. It's the prime directive of women throughout life is security. Women are happy to trade security, or to say trade liberty for security. Okay. So if it seems like everybody's going to get along and it seems like everybody's going to be more secure and there won't be any more war if women run the country, right? It's stupid, but it seems to make sense why does that make sense to women? Because women have in their psyche that it would be great if we could all just get along and we were all just, in this one little sort of peer clutch, right? Problem is that's not the way the world works. And the men folk have to go out and kill the caribou and bring the meat back. Otherwise, all of that great village, they all starve. So for men organize things hierarchically, right? So what is that? A hierarchy implies sort of status and prestige or prowess. There's different ways to sort of measure like where that guy's status is in that hierarchy by their performance. Okay. So what happens is that creates a condition of competition between men. And that's more to your point here. Okay. So can there ever be sort of a sisterhood uber alles or brotherhood uber alles? There can be if men put their minds to it, if men like focus on it, but it's not something that comes naturally to guys. It comes naturally to women because women are the vulnerable sex. They're the ones that safety in numbers, right? That it takes a village to raise a child. For men, if you organize society in a hierarchy, that implies there's got to be some competition. You have to be able to outdo your competition. That's literally what capitalism is based on. Is you have to you form a country, or excuse me, you form a company, and Jim down the street forms a company and you're selling the same widget. You need to find ways to outdo Jim or buy him out or whatever else. You have to outperform that guy, right? Makes sense. I mean, that's essentially how it works, right? Well, the problem is that doesn't make too much sense to women But the problem for the guys, it makes perfect sense to guys because we want to be able to win. We want, like, that's the whole thing about like sports, war, if it's intra-sexual competition, if it's writing the next better book than Joe, if it's being a better at throwing a football, whatever it is. There's so many different ways that men, like competition, men get in. It's inherently rewarding for men to win. In fact, there's even studies on this where like your testosterone levels will rise if you, like an MMA fighter who defeats the MMA fighter who wins, that dude's T levels spike. And you know what happens to the other guy? His drop and his testosterone smells bad. They've even done the smelly t-shirt tests, right? So defeat stinks. It literally stinks, right? So there's sort of those biological aspects of it. So can guys have solidarity? Can you have fraternity? Yes, of course you can. But the problem is it's not in the same sense as like the sisterhood of Alice. Like for women, it doesn't matter what their ideology is, doesn't matter what their religion is, doesn't matter what their political stripe is, doesn't matter what any of that. That's secondary to the sisterhood. That's why I always refer to it as a sisterhood uber alles, right? So I was saying before, I use this example all the time. If you took Gretchen Carlson, or I'm trying to think of who's like a current like Megyn Kelly. You took Megyn Kelly and you put her with name a good liberal wokesy chick. What's that one girl who looks like a man on MSNBC? I forget her name now. Anyways, you take those two and you put them on the same show and they'll fight like cats and dogs. Mm-hmm. But if you put me on there and we start talking about intersexual dynamics, they'll be like, fuck that guy, solidarity, like, lock arms and just like, like give you shit. It's one of the reasons why I think Andrew Wilson, certainly Andrew and Rachel and the rest of there's a lot of people are starting to begin to see the correctness in what I've been talking about for a very long time, is that it doesn't matter if you're conservative or liberal, you're still a feminist. There's trad femmes. And I think it becomes more and more obvious. It's funny because I think that we're more aware of trad con feminists right now because the zeitgeist has sort of like pushed wokesies off. I mean, that's not to say that they're not there, but it just sort of pushed them off the stage for a bit. And so now you go into TPUSA. And funny thing is you can kind of hear the same rhetoric coming out of Allie Beth Stuckey's mouth, right? Or Megyn Kelly's mouth. We got Nala Fit. Hey, she's the new guest speaker on there. Like, who would have thought that would have happened? Well, it's because the sisterhood uber alles. Well, we need to get Nala on there. Why? Well, she's a story of it's a redemption arc, is what it is. It's a redemption arc story. For guys, Sterling Cooper is not going to be speaking at TPUSA anytime soon. And he can say, hey, man, I hate porn now. Who cares? Nobody gives a flying fuck. Michael Knowles will not be interviewing Sterling Cooper and saying, so you worked in porn. That won't be happening. Sorry, but that's a good question, man. I think it's the competitive nature of men. I'm not saying it's impossible, obviously, like especially in the Marine Corps, if you're in the military, if you're in a team sports situation, maybe it's family, like familial ties for men is like there's kin altruism. Yeah, definitely. Men will find solidarity in that. If they have a collective goal, especially a war, or they're trying to focus on a collective project, or they're trying to solve a problem together, or they're trying to put a man on the fucking moon. Yeah, definitely guys will get together and you'll have the fraternity uber alles, right? But the thing is it doesn't come as naturally as it does for women, because it's simply because of the way we were born and evolved. So what else do we got here? It's the Rational Mailman. Thank you. What's funny is I actually thought about doing the newsletter called The Rational Mail, MAIL, and I go, I'm not going to confuse these people. Paul Elam has been chirping at you and Mike, wanting to debate. It's already on the books. Has a date set up. Yes, it's July or June. I think it's July, because for whatever reason, nobody can do it until July. Please say you guys will take him up on it. It's already on. We already did. There you go. July 8th, I think, is when we said it. I don't know, because it's like Mike has some back and forth with Paul. Paul thinks I'm like hiding behind Mike. I don't just fucking shit, man. You started this shit with Mike, man. I just said I would do it. Like Mike hit me up. He goes, Paul really wants you to be on this thing. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I'll do it for you because you're my brother. He's still like, it's not really worth my while to do it, but I'm going to do it because I have Mike's back and I would do it no matter what. So your comment on the impact of Garrett Graham and off campus. Impact of Garrett Graham. Who's Garrett Graham? Can you dig that up for me, Sammy or whoever? Can you tell me who Garrett Graham is? This is that's a fucking $20 super chat. I want to help him out. Of off campus and off campus. I don't know who Garrett Graham is. I'm sorry, dude. Somebody will come up with that. What's going on? What's going on, Guard Emperor Rolo? You feeling, brother? I'm good. I'm much better now. Anytime I hear about somebody who has like a bad like health problem or something like that, I go, yeah, at least you don't have a bag attached to you. So, that's always the first thing that comes to my mind now.
Easier to show you. It's a book character from that clip that we showed in the beginning.
Oh, is it? In The Deal, 2015 adult romance novel. Now you have. At first you had my curiosity. Now you have my attention. I don't know. I don't know enough about it. I thought it was a cool clip. I didn't even know that was from that. Garrett Graham. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look it up now, but I will though. You have my word. Have you read Vox Day's recent writings on evolution? If so, what are your thoughts, and has it impacted your work at all? Vox Day and I used to be, we still kind of are. I'm still on friendly terms with him as far as I know. He writes mostly on Substack. I follow him on Substack. There was a day, or Vox Day. There was a time when Vox was like way more popular than he is now. But I think Vox decided he wanted to write fiction. He has his own publishing company, as far as I know, Castle something or other. Castalia, I think Castalia Publishing. I thought his work with people don't know this. He actually wrote a book about Jordan Peterson called Jordanetics, and essentially took him to. He was critical of Jordan Peterson before it was cool to be critical of Jordan Peterson, because man, he took a lot of heat for that. But I haven't read any. I know he's gone really kind of God pill, and he always kind of has been. I like Vox because he's also a fellow musician. I will always be in his debt for sociosexual hierarchies, obviously, which I did my best to explain in my latest book, Reignite. But I also know that he has a new book coming out that is based on almost entirely on sociosexual hierarchies. And so I don't know. I don't know if he's like super anti-evolution now. He might be. But I don't know. That would be. I haven't heard anything, so I haven't caught up with him on any of that. That topic, anyways. But I've got nothing but respect for Vox. I mean, I know there's people who are going to be like, oh, anytime you put the consecutive letters EVO in front of anything, and every Christian ethicist, every Christian will roll their eyes, or you basically change the tone of the conversation once you say evolutionary psychology, or you say Evo bio. Once you put evolution into as like sort of the pretext of anything, you lose a certain amount of people. And it's funny you should say that, because I was watching, if you guys haven't seen it, it's actually another really brilliant interview with Mike. I was supposed to go to this interview, but it was in Miami and I couldn't do it because I was with my Reignite guys. But Miguel Danza got us this podcast. Yeah, I think it was in Fort Lauderdale as well. And I don't even remember the name of the thing, but it was other podcasts. And apparently one of the guys who works for him or as a producer is pretty tight with Sadia Khan. And Sadia Khan left Mike some voicemail about like, I think he's an idiot. I think he's a goon or something like that. And I know Mike was just like, well, Sadia is who she is. He was one thing about Mike. I'll give him this, is like he's better at this than I am. I concede. He's better with state control when it comes to shit like this. Because I think it's because Mike wants to be everybody's friend. And maybe that's a good thing to do, man. Maybe it's better not to be so. I mean, people are going to be confrontational with you in the first place. So maybe the best tact, I guess, is to be more diplomatic. But the guys who were doing the interview of him, and I'll dig it up here at some point. I was actually going to talk about it today. He was doing one of those couch interviews, like what?
No
Like, that's the new. I know, man. It's like
couch.
that's like a chick podcast,
That's a chick
man.
podcast thing.
That's like fucking call her daddy, man. Let's get up on the couch and put this nice little blanket on us, and this oversized giant cup of coffee.
Are you comfortable?
Yes. Are you comfortable? Yes. We're gonna sit here and it's like it's a fucking pajama party or some shit. Like, hey, let's talk about our feelings. God. When did that format become?
Right.
It's the chick format. It's like that's the femisphere right there. But I mean, it was cool. It was actually a pretty good podcast. But at one point during the podcast, they're trying to nail Mike on the fact that Mike is like monogamous, sorta. Like he kind of wants to be monogamous, but he still wants to have a chick that wants to fuck other chicks, which is what he's got, right? But so everybody wants to sort of nail him on that because the guys on the show, at least I think one of them on the show, has been with his wife the entire he met her in high school and they've been together since, right? So it's kind of speaking a different language, and it sounds like, especially if you're coming from this really sort of churchy evangelical cult, which I could tell he was because he was using a lot of Christianese, and like, okay, let me give you a little bit of advice, guys. So if you are in the blog space in general, and and I don't mean like in the religious blog space, but if you're a religious person, if you're a religious guy and you're in this space, every opportunity is not an opportunity. Every podcast is not an opportunity to witness. Okay. I'm just saying, okay? Because if you keep doing that, everybody's going to I mean, your religious friends will love it. But whenever somebody uses a podcast segment as sort of like, I believe in Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior and my personal, whatever, and and it's like this, it's memorized, it's rote memorization, right? And you have to confess the Lord in front of everyone so that He will confess you in front of God. Like that's the whole thing, right? Okay, good. But once. Can we get on to the topics? This is actually a show. Can we actually talk about stuff that's probably going to rustle your jimmies? Right? Can we actually talk about something like this? I mean, great. I share your beliefs. Can we move past that? People have always asked me this too. They go, well, Rolo, how come you never talk about God? How come you never do religious stuff? And I'm like, that's exactly why. But the thing is I'm focused on the topic. I'm focused on the material. I could go and do a religious podcast if you want me to. People would hack up and discuss, but in fact, they would probably, people would probably love that opportunity. If I was to go and I was to read just like the last 2 chapters of my book, Religion. Yeah. If I just went on here and just read that, and that's it. That's the whole podcast, right? Man, I tell you, you would never see so many comments in your life. He doesn't know this, and he's a real Christian. Yeah. What is it? the Galgamech, contingency from the Catholics from Galgamech from South Park. Maybe we should forget about the Galgamech. Forget about the Galgamech. God, what happened to South Park? Why is South Park not like that anymore? That was so good. No, but it was a really good interview. The point I'm trying to get to here is that at some point during I think it was the latter parts, like the last maybe 20 minutes of the podcast, they got into discernment. And Mike's like, well, yeah, you learn discernment from having experiences. You go to school, you read a book, you experience, it's life experience and all this other stuff. And so Mike's, saying, hey, to learn about women, maybe it's a good idea to spin plates, something that's straight out of my book, right? Having the abundance mindset. Abundance mindset helps a lot if you actually have abundance. If you're actually, practicing and enjoying a bit of abundance, and then you can get it out. That's really the whole point of plate theory. Like when I talk about, like people really kind of confused still to this day. It's a key core element of my first book, The Rational Male. When we talk about spinning plates, that's a euphemism for dating non-exclusively. That doesn't mean fuck every single thing in two legs. No, that's not spinning plates. Okay, spinning plates is abundance. It is meant to it has several purposes, but one of those is to sort of limit your investment, over investing in one chick, one itis. That is the number one reason why most guys off themselves. That is the soulmate myth. That's why I put that as the very first chapter in the first book, because I figured if one guy picks this book up and he throws it away after reading one chapter, what is the most important? What do I want to leave this guy with, even if he just he loses the book and sets it on fire? I don't know, right? What's the one chapter he gets to read? The soulmate myth. There is no one, because that hinges, or that develops so much other shit that comes along after that. So, and what comes after that? How do you limit that? Spin more plates, right? And so there's the abundance factor. There's also the fact that if you are spinning a new plate and you have four other plates, four other women in your roster, for lack of a better term, you're going to have a much different attitude with the new chick, because you already know you have four more girls in your backfield, right? So you're going to have a different attitude. And you won't even know you're doing it. You'll go, oh, good. Now I got these girls back here. Now I can try this. You don't even think that. It's just like, that's how you naturally interact with that person. It's the same thing as like if you had four other job offers and you're negotiating with your boss now, you go, well, hey boss, I need a raise, blah, blah. Joe down the street's going to pay me 10 grand more than you are. Let's deal, right? You're in a much better position of leverage if you have other job. I mean, it's just monkey branching, right? But for guys, you're in a much better position because you have options, right? That's all it is. Do you fuck some of them? I don't know. Maybe you do. I'm going to get Susie tonight and Jennifer tomorrow and, Carrie this, that, whatever. Okay. But then you don't have to. In fact, I even say that in the book. And if people took the fucking time to actually read it, you would know that. But I even make that caveat in that chapter. Say, hey, look, if you're religious and this is not, you don't believe in premarital sex, it's still just as important. Abundance is still just as important. I'm not saying you fuck all of them, but you should have other girls that you're dating at the same time so that you can decide, hey, I want that. I like what I see in her. I don't like what I see in her. So you have some sort of, you become a better judge of character. Well, the problem is that when you're religious like this guy was, it's like, no, you don't need to have any of that, because the Lord will just grant it to you in a dream. It'll just, making that decision is the Lord working in your life, right? And how do you have a conversation with that? Because I talked about this in my fourth book. You can't argue with God. You can't have an argument with God. So as soon as somebody says, well, but if I say, well, you know what, the Lord, I'm going to go marry this single mother, right? I'm going to go marry this former porn star, right? I'm going to do all this stuff. Right? We're all lemmings are going to run off the edge of the cliff, right? Are you insane? Don't you know you're going to die? Yeah, but God said I should jump off the cliff. It's a leap of faith. Okay. But I could tell Mike had gotten to that point where it's like Mike can quote scripture. I was actually impressed that he did. I think it's probably he's done it often enough that it comes out like when it's supposed to. But no, there was the whole thing about like discernment. You're just gonna. You don't need to learn anything. You don't need abundance. You don't need a textbook. You don't need a college degree. You don't need to do anything. You just pray about. Oh, that's it. Yeah,
I'm good.
Yeah, and that's a very fervent belief. And I'm like, how do you can't argue with that. I don't know. I think Mike has run into this twice already. He was on Ryan Panetta's show, and he was on there with that bald guy, that Brian dude, who was kind of trying to put Mike on the spot as well, but trying to like whip him into shape with like scripture. And well, if you were a real man, you would be only married to one woman and you'd have 4 kids already. It's the same thing that Lila Rose tried to do with Justin Waller back in the day. And so, as I said before, Mike is at a certain like stage of progression. This is where he's where I was right before I wrote religion. That's where I was. I had to answer all these questions, the same ones, as a matter of fact. Grand Autarch Elder Farcia Rolo. Thank you for referring to me as my formal title. Between people like, who the fuck is he talking about? Between drinking with male friends, walking my dogs, etc., I don't even see women. Yes, you do. Should I join Pilates, local D&D? I'm pretty sure you won't find. No, I shouldn't say that. Some chicks play D&D now.
Yeah.
Some do. Not the ones you're hoping will. Yeah. Megan Fox, she doesn't play D. Was it the girl? The girl who's on our show, Emily Selena Slay. I would love to get her and like to get in here and play some D&D with her. I tell you what's funny. Everyone has a prescription about everything else. Okay, so you're basically asking me where to meet chicks. Where do I find chicks? Go ask Aaron Clary. See what he says to you. Why do you care? That's funny because like I go to this, I'm going to give him a shout out. I go to this game store that's local to me. I think it's actually probably my favorite store in Las Vegas, and it's called Little Shop of Magic, and it's in I guess it would be in South Summerlin. It's out by Rhodes Ranch near me. Fantastic store. Very well stocked. Love that place. Not to take anything away from the other local game stores because they're cool too. But the people there are really great. And that's why I said I noticed that there's some girls there that actually play Dungeons and Dragons, but they look like girls who play Dungeons and Dragons. So one of the things, as you guys know, I do play D&D. I just did on Wednesday with the guys from Masculine Geek, and we have had an ongoing campaign for something like 3 years now, and so every time we get towards the end of one module, it's almost like time to celebrate. But how cool would it be? I've actually brought this up with Vince. He's the guy who hosts Masculine Geek. Mm-hmm. I said, how awesome would it be if I could get all you guys around a table and I could get like 2 or 3 of these girls from Access Vegas, and they have to come in thongs and bikinis, and you guys have to roll characters up. How awesome a show would that be, man? Vegas girls play D&D. God. And then they don't get a White Claw until like 15, 20 minutes in.
They have to do a charisma
because they still have to actually do it takes some time to like create a character, right? Create your characters. Once you're done, then the tequila comes out. That would be awesome. That would be totally awesome.
The fun starts in 3 hours.
It's Vegas. Where else are we going to do this? Paducah, Kentucky? Seattle, Washington? I don't think so. Have you ever been to Germany, Europe? Any favorite places? I have been to Europe several times, actually. I've never been to Germany, though. I've been to Amsterdam. Well, I've been to Holland, the Netherlands, several times. God, 6 or 7 times. When I worked in wine and spirits, I worked for a company called Van Gogh Vodka, Van Gogh Imports. And now I'm happy I can say that and not have to worry about any of those guys firing me. But I used to go out there all the time to do bottle checks because we have to do production stuff out there. In case you're wondering, I did all of the illustrations for Van Gogh vodka bottles, like the old ones that look like they're hand drawn. That was me. I actually have artistic talent. I know. And so if you look at those old bottles, that's Rolo Tomasi. And so I used to have to go to Europe quite a bit. And that was the first time I actually went to Europe. And I went to Rotterdam, Schiedam, Amsterdam. I've been to Belgium. I've been to the north of France. And again, this is just, I'm not going there to hang out and have a good time. I actually have to work there. Right? So those are pretty much the places I've been in Europe. I've never been to the UK, although Mike is going to the UK in June, the end of this month or end of June. He's got, I think there's a charity thing he's doing out there that they wanted him out there for. Of course, he's probably lying to me. He's probably going to like what Steve Bartlett show. Is Steve Bartlett in the UK? Because all I hear is like accents on that show. Let's see. Godfather, if Whammon, really. If women are so emotionally intelligent, why do they crash out so easily? Because that's the sign of intelligence. Right? It's just expressing herself. There's no such thing as emotional intelligence. I hate to burst your bubble, ladies. It does not pass the intellectual acid test. If you would like me to, here, you know what? I'll go dig it up. How can Rollo say there's no such thing as emotional intelligence? I'll give you a perfect example right now. Let's see. I have it in my bookmarks for my my Twitter, actually, which I now have back. Thank God. I would not want to have to reestablish all of these things again. Big pain in the ass. Let's see. Here we go. All right. Ha! Went right to it. Here we go. I'm going to put this. Actually, I'll put this on the screen. So this is what I usually refer to here. This is a study on emotional intelligence, right? Okay, so here it is. The measure of the construct of emotional intelligence measures of the construct emotional intelligence are insufficiently distinct from other common and better defined measures of intelligence and personality. There's not clear evidence that emotional intelligence has been measured as a distinct construct, and that's from this study here, which was right around 2003. So that's how old this freaking shit is. Okay, emotional intelligence is, if you want my professional opinion on emotional intelligence, first of all, it's never. It's emotion, right? So how everything is, it's not quantifiable. Like IQ test is quantifiable. It's like, here's the numbers, here's that questions, like you can quantify IQ. What's your IQ? I don't know what my IQ is. I know it's in the high gifted category. What does that make
That'd
it?
be probably above 130.
120, 130? I don't know. Because I know when I was a kid. And I took the test. Now, maybe things have changed since then, but I was in the gifted and talented program when I was in the, well, I guess the 80s, right? So this is why I'm not getting laid. But I was in the gifted range of intelligence. So I don't know what that qualifies as in today's terms. But anyways, we can apply a number to it. You know, like, oh, you're only 80 intelligence. How do you quantify emotional intelligence? Well, you score only 85 in your emotional intelligence. Like, there's no way to, because it's ambiguous. And I'll tell you why it's ambiguous is because emotion doesn't qualify as cognitive intelligence. Now, if you're going to say, well, what about being able to interpret intelligence or interpret other people's emotional states? That is actually intelligence, right? Being able to, like, autistic people cannot, or they have, some of them, it depends on where you are on the spectrum, right? Can't tell what your emotions are because they it doesn't plug in, doesn't lock, right? So yeah, but that's a function of IQ. That's a function of brains, right? It's like, can you teach somebody who has is on the spectrum, let's just say, to if you condition them and learn them how to read people's emotions? You can. But it's very difficult for them to do so. But again, that's a function of IQ. That is not a function of EQ. Okay, because emotions are they're feelings, right? What if I got fight or flight? Like I got an adrenaline rush, right? and I am fearful or I'm angry as a result of a saber-toothed tiger that jumped out of the jungle. How do I quantify that in? You mean if I don't feel anything, then I'm emotionally like unavailable. Holy shit, I'm gonna get killed.
You're perturbed.
Yeah, and I mentioned this on actually on the Untouchables podcast. I said, look, emotions aren't magic, right? They're not like pixie dust. They're not like, I know that we would like them to be, and imagination is great, and feels before reels and romantic comedies and all that great shit. Understand, but I can change your mood. I can change your emotional state with 2 shots of tequila. I can change your emotional state with 1 milliliter of Tren. Yeah, trust me, within an hour, you will be a different person after that. So if I can change your emotion based on the chemical cocktail that is floating around in your body, that's not fucking intelligence. Okay. So again, emotional intelligence is honestly, I think, is something that like women decided that they wanted to come up with because they couldn't find, and male feminists too. Don't get me wrong here. The male allies, male enablers bought into this horse shit as well. Okay. EQ does not have any basis in science. And we can sit here and argue it all day long. Well, what about? The thing is I can still change your emotional state with 2 shots of tequila or a milliliter of Tren. So are you more emotionally intelligent when I shoot you up full of Tren, Masteron, and testosterone propionate?
Oh yeah.
Are you now more you know what? You're certainly more emotionally expressive.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Are you sensitive to the emotions of others? Fuck yeah, I am. Are you hypercritical of their driving skills? Fuck yes, I am. Wow, I suddenly become more emotionally intelligent because I shot up all this gear. Nice, right? How about like when you take 2 shots of tequila and you're like, I really feel like taking my clothes off. I don't know, just expressing my emotional intelligence. Get the fuck out of here. Hate this trad Christian versus red pill. I know, me too, because I don't think it is necessary. Are women hypergamous? If yes, did God make them that way? Yes and yes. How do you Christ man respond? Christ man. Did you make God? Did God make them that way? If so, did God get it wrong? If not, expound. Well, obviously, God doesn't get shit wrong. End of story. Yeah, I guess you can't argue with God. Thank you. I can't argue with God. Got it. So that's when I was writing religion, I was very careful with my words in religion. If you really would like to know what my feelings are about all of this, you can read the last chapter 14 of my book Religion, and I go into detail about how I kind of reconcile that. A lot of people wonder, like, how can you reconcile evolution with Christianity? And I was like, very easy. It's like, yes, do things evolve? Yeah, okay. And who set that mechanic in motion? God, as far as I know. There's something beyond evolution. Okay, great, but there's still evolution. We see it happen. Or obvious. We can plot the human genome, and we can accept the fact that 1 in every 200 people on planet Earth can be directly related or genetically traced to Genghis Khan. That's okay. We'll believe that.
The blue birth mark on the back.
But women are just this unknowable, unfathomable mystery of the universe. Get the fuck out of here. There's you know what? I don't want to be flippant. I will point you in the right direction. There's this really great book, and it's called Finding Darwin's God. And I want to say it's the last name of the author is Miller, but I think the first name is something or other. If you can look that up for me, it's called Finding Darwin's God on Amazon. That was one of the books, one of the last books my dad gave to me before he died. He says, you should really read this.
Kenneth R.
Miller, Finding Darwin's God. And it was a really great book because it was sort of this balance between like religious, like understanding and religious, it doesn't have to be necessarily one particular religion, just like sort of God and evolution. And it was for the first time I'd ever read, and it was really weird coming from my dad because my dad was like a dyed-in-the-wool atheist, right? But especially coming from him, it kind of it was the perfect like dovetailing of religion and evolution. And I'm just like, this is a really great book. I haven't read it in a while. I need to go back to it again. But it's called Finding Darwin's God. Go read that. Then you'll understand. Sorry, it's supposed to be God Emperor. Yeah, it's okay. I'll take Farseer. We can go Eldar. I actually have probably more Eldar than I have Space Marines, honestly. I know that's heresy. I get the dancing monkey, but do we have to be dancing clowns? You don't have to dance at all. I've seen guys make fools of themselves and get no tail. So if they made fools of themselves and they got ass, would it then have been okay?
It's worth it now.
Like, was it worth it now? Like, and if so, does she have to be a really hot piece of ass, because to make it worth it? Where is the line and the limit? Well, how hot is the girl? that's the limit. I love it when I get this. You know what? I'll just go dig this up because I wrote about this not too long ago on Substack, which you should all go subscribe to right now because I think I'm live on right now. Yeah, I am. Look, I'm looking at it right now. I went to Substack. We're actually live on there. That's fucking great. Of course, now I need to go here. And there it is. I put this out. Here, I'll just put this on the screen so you guys can all see it in its glory. To answer your question, I still got to get to PBD here. Oops, not the video file. Give me the share the screen. There we go. Okay. So this is called The Paradox of Self-Improvement. It's actually kind of an update on an old article I wrote a while back. There's Arnold. The worst thing I can be is the same as everybody else. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Brandschrager. This is the I do it for me thing. But really the reason why I put this together was kind of to I don't know, poke the bear with regard to Paul Elam here. It's like when a lot of the times when I get into conversations with guys who talk about dancing monkey hate, I don't want to be a jester maxing. You're jester maxing. What isn't jester maxing, right? Like, what do you do that's really for you? In fact, I'll read you this is the opening shot here. Okay, here's a shot across the bow. This is a conversation I've had several times, but I just had it recently with this chick on Access Vegas, right? She says, because she's in this really, okay, it's Access Vegas. Mm-hmm. The boobs and everything else. Okay, why are you wearing this, right? Clearly it's because you want male attention, which I'm happy to give to you. And she says, no, I do it for me. And then I'm like, really? Well, lingerie, high heels, push-up bra, that's all for you. and then she's like, yes, of course. I'm my own woman. I'm strong and independent. And I go, so it's not about the attention and the affirmation that you get from all the men around you. Like, obviously you're wearing this outfit to the clubs and everything else, right? Clearly. Okay. Again, I've had this conversation. Even when I worked in wine and spirits, it's it never ends. This girl was the girl I originally had this conversation with. She's probably 45 years old and has a couple of kids. Now I have the same conversation with the girl on Access Vegas and she's 24 years old. Okay. Then I go, well, that's nice. I said, if it's coming from, she said, so then I said, so it's not about you. It's for affirmation you get from men around you. She goes, well, it's nice if it's coming from the right kind of guy, but I don't wear what I do for them. Right. Remember, this isn't for you. You've heard that before. And then there's so then I say, okay, so if I came over to your house unannounced at 4:00 in the afternoon, you'd be wearing all of this while you were vacuuming the house and not in sweatpants and a t-shirt, right? And she's all, well, no, but that's not the point. I'm more comfortable in sweats. And then she goes off into the second. I'm okay. I see. The point I was making is that it's just this circular logic. You're never, ever going to be able to have this conversation beyond that. That's where the conversation dies, right? They do it and they know that they're doing it for attention. All these girls who are in in the gym and they're in what are the Defines? They're in this fucking Define. They're fucking, God, I love those. I mean, if it's not the right girl, right? Yeah. Okay. But the girls who go and they have the videos and they're hoping other guys will watch them and check out their ass. And then they go and put it up on Instagram and go, look at this creepy guy in the back there. It's checking out my butt. Right. Why do they do that? Well, because it's affirmation, because it's attention grabbing. Right. And all the girls are like, yeah, I can't do the same thing at my fucking gym. Right. Well, I want to pull this down a little bit further here. So this is actually a quote from Royce, Roissy, also known as Heartiste, or the artist formerly known as Royce, right? Okay, so this was, I don't know why people don't refer to this a little bit more often than they do, especially in our circles, but he wrote this really great article one time, and it was called The Unbearable Triteness of Hating, and it was from 2012. And what he was doing is he was coming up with all the most common forms of hate. I should read it to you. One of them's called Gay Love for John Wayne. It's basically a real alpha doesn't do that. A real alpha is out there, slaying the dragon. But there's different. This one's number 16, which is called Dancing Monkey Hate, which is kind of relevant to your question here. So number 16, Dancing Monkey Hate. And this is what the hater says. Men who run game are just doing the bidding of women. Alphas don't entertain women. Well, okay. So, and then this was his response. He says, if you want success with women, you're going to have to entertain them one way or another. The same is true of women. Once a woman stops entertaining a man with her body, her femininity, and her commitment worthiness by getting fat, old, ugly, bitchy, or single mommy, she stops having success with men. We are all doing the bidding of our biomechanical overlord, and on our knees to his will, we will surrender by force or by choice. You fool yourself if you believe you have some plenary indulgence from this stark reality. Or if you can't beat them, join them. And so that's kind of like the basis of this article here. But it centers on a concept that I came up with called the crisis of motive. Okay, why do you do what the fuck you do? Why does Rollo do this podcast? It must be for girls. He only does that Access Vegas show because he likes the girls. Yeah, I do actually, but that's not the point of it. The point of it is to have this conversation and this back and forth and to build a good show that we really like. And, Mike and I are proud of, right? And we've been doing it for coming up on 4 years right now. So are there other reasons we might be doing Access Vegas besides seeing a hot piece of ass next to us every other Wednesday? Yeah, but that's also part of it. And so I talked about that. I gave you the example of the girl who wears the tight, outfits and everything. She does it for herself, right? Well, the same thing happens when guys get really self-righteous in the gym. Mm-hmm. And you'd be like, I don't go to the gym for girls. I do this for me. No, you don't. You do it because, maybe for you. In addition to the fact that it also makes you look good, people have a better attitude around you. Better looking people get better responses from other people, right? Do women notice you more? Well, yeah, but that's not the point. No, that is part of the point for sure. And there's nothing fucking wrong with it. That's what gets me. It's the idea that you have to have some sort of noble, virtuous reason. I'm just going to do this because this is what a man does. Yeah, it also happens to be something that chicks dig and they want to fuck you for it too, right? Why can't that be okay as well, right? I work out. Why do I work out? Because I don't want to be a fat ass. Am I doing it so I can get laid with other chicks and have girls want to fawn all over me? Well, it's not. To be realistic. I like it's. I'm not going to say I don't like being. Hell, dude, what is it? I'm 58 years old. The more. The older you get, the more being in shape is a flex, right? Thank you, Ed Lattimore, for that quote. Yeah, that's great. Oh, you're just flexing. Goddamn right, I'm flexing. Why aren't you fucking flexing, right? And what's wrong with that? Is it okay? Just because it's me? No, I love it when whenever I post a video of me playing in the band, I'm playing with Jinx. We had a rehearsal last Tuesday. So imagine being his age and doing this. Yeah, imagine's all you're gonna fucking do. Yeah, it's fucking cool. It's fun. I enjoy it. They said the same thing to Phil Labonte. Bro, do you know what fucking band Phil Labonte is? Do you have any fucking concept? They've said the same thing. Imagine being his age and being in a metal band. Yeah, imagine's all you're ever going to be able to do because he does everything you don't. I do everything you don't, man. Your goals are a list of my accomplishments, motherfucker. But that's, again, it's that's, Rollo sounds like he's on a roll now. It sounds like he's trying to pop off. Well, sorry, but you're doing the same thing. Everybody does. That's what gets me about the whole thing with Looks Maxi and Clavicular and all these other guys. You'll get Rob Henderson and Freya, India, whatever. These she's 24 years old. I had no idea. Yeah. But all these guys who just want to throw rocks at Clav and probably he's Zoolander. He's fucking Derek Zoolander. I get it. Okay. But the only reason you're talking about this guy is because he like insults your reality. He insults your identity. This shouldn't work, but it fucking does. You know, I don't think you should go to the extreme of like breaking your face with a fucking hammer, but get your fat ass in the gym, work out, and there's no well, why are you doing it? You're just doing it because you want girls to like you. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And what is the fucking problem? That's dancing monkeys. You're doing triple monkey backflips, right? Oh. And is it working? If it wasn't working, yeah, you'd be a fucking idiot. But if it is, then why do you have a problem with it? Well, the reason you have a problem with it is because you're not doing it, and that's a form of intrasexual competition. How do you get, if you see somebody who is this is the art of the AMOG, by the way. So let's get a little Red Pill 101 lesson here. If there's a guy that is clearly outclasses you in physical prowess, affluence, status, prestige, money, whatever, I guess that'd be part of affluence, and clearly a superior player, and your mental or your subconscious registers that, what's the only way you could compete with this guy? He must be gay. You disqualify him from the game. He must be gay. Well, only guys like that are so superficial. Guys like that, they're players. They're fuck boys, right? He'll never stay with you, girl. I'm not unlike me. I would give you the world. How many guys' game is dependent on that kind of disqualification? That's where it comes out. Like, don't be mad don't hate the player. You can hate the game, don't hate the fucking player. He's just fucking good at it. He's just better than you. Acknowledge that and get better. Don't wish it were easier. Wish you were better. It's not. You don't even have to be that much fucking better. Look at the competition right now. It's the guy who can cry on demand. Whatever that kid is. I don't know. Follicular. Follicular is your competition, gentlemen. You have your march. You know what to do. Well, that's just it. It's like the idea is this. Why do you do what you do? Do you do it because it's intrinsically? It doesn't have to be like working out. It could be anything. Right? Why do I do a podcast? Why do I write? You want to make money. Yeah. I also want to help people out. It certainly wasn't about the money back in one of the blog days. It certainly wasn't about the money when I was in the So Suave forum days for 12 some odd years. And then another, 3 on the blog. I didn't even write I didn't publish the first book till 2013. And then, 2015, 2017. Oh, all you do is sell a book. I'm an author. That's what I'm supposed to do, you fucking idiot. All you do is sell alcohol. Yeah, because that's my job. But the thing is, like, why do you do that? Why do we do what we do? Do you go to the gym because you just want to get your dick sucked by a hot chick? Yeah, kind of, yeah. Or do you do it also because maybe you're going to have surgery, emergency surgery, and you'll be more survivable, like my surgeon told me. He says, considering he had to go from a 4-hour surgery to an 8-hour surgery when I went back in December. He says, and one of the reasons why, you're as healthy, you're making a comeback as quick as you are is because you're in really great fucking health. Imagine that. So I can get laid more. My wife wants to fuck me more. She wears hot lingerie for me. She stays in shape because I'm also in shape too. And I also survived a fucking 8-hour surgery as a result. Fuck, I'm going to the gym. Go to the gym. Why aren't you in the gym? What is it? That's one of the reasons I use that Arnold quote. The worst thing I can be is the same as everybody else. Why does that bug people so much? You should be I should be like everybody else. Why don't you dress the same way? Why don't you you would dress like you're 14? And would you recognize me if I did? Would you recognize me if I was in a 3-piece suit and I had like this nice, nobody's gave me any money yet, so I'm not going to take the beanie off. But, you guys have already seen me without the beanie. But, would you have more respect for me if I did what you wanted me to do? Or would you have more respect for me if I said, I'm going to do what I want to? I'm comfortable this way. I like doing this. You know how long it took me to get to this point? Oh, you want me to look different? Okay, I guess I'll do it. I gotta wear Dockers and penny loafers and a good, nice, sensible Izod t-shirt or button down. Oh, okay, I'll do that. You think that'll work? Would you have more respect for me? No, you would not. Also, conversely, I've asked this question before. It's like if I where is it? Hold on a second. Oh, this is good.
Would you like to know more?
Although that's not the one I wanted. But like for instance, like when people want to tell me like I don't have any receipts. Roller doesn't have any receipts.
I'm like, man, Roller, sometimes you don't get no holes, man.
You know where that came from, right? Of course, I can't even remember where it came from now. Because people thought receipts was having a lot of was being like Dan Bilzerian, right? Well, he's got receipts. He's got these hot chicks. Dan Bilzerian can't even have receipts because he paid for those girls. You don't get to win. But then I go, okay, well, I've been married coming up on July 20th. I will be married for 30 years. Yeah. Woo. And other people are like, Rollo hasn't seen a new vagina for 30 years. Why would anybody take advice from him? How do I win? How do I win with you fucking idiots, man? I can't. But that's the thing is like you just move the goalposts and that's how it works. The same thing with dancing monkey hate, right? The same thing with why are you doing what you're doing? Well, if I say I do it because I want to stay in shape and I want to be in good health and everything else, or why do you go to the gym? If I say that, am I more virtuous than if I said, yeah, I like to look better so I can fuck my wife better? I like sex too much to ever see myself as a fat ass nailing my wife, right? I don't want her to have to deal with that. I don't want to deal with that. I like being in shape. I like having some stamina and 58 years old, and it's fun as fuck, man. Let me tell you. I love it. Love every minute of it. Oh, it's TMI. Yeah, it is. I'm going to tell you about it right now because I can. And if I had this attitude of like, well, the only reason I do anything is because I want to be virtuous amongst the holy people. I want to be more intelligent. If that's the case, okay, if we're not supposed to go to the gym to look better so we can have sex, then why are we there? Well, health. Okay, good. Anything else? Puts you in a better mental state. Yes. Okay, good. Anything else? You'll eventually get to this sort of this ephemeral, this is why we do. You free yourself up to do whatever it is that you really want to do. Well, would it not be part of being a human is actually your libido? Like when people want to give me shit about I just shit all over emotional intelligence. Like I'm not saying that people shouldn't be emotional. I'm not saying that emotion doesn't exist. It absolutely exists. And sometimes that emotion is pretty good. And sometimes it helps us. Sometimes like fear is an emotion, fight or flight is an emotion that gets us out of dangerous situations. Sometimes our instincts work. Actually, jealousy is an emotion. We still have it. We go, oh, it's ugly. We shouldn't have a jealousy. No, we fucking damn well should have a jealousy because it gets us out of bad situations. It puts us into a way of thinking that helps us. If it gets out of control, yeah, then it can be very detrimental. But you know what? You still have jealousy because it worked for your grandfather and your great-grandfather and your great-great-great-grandfather all the way down to when you crawled out of the sea as an alligator. Okay. So there's reasons why we have those things. And I think it's stupid not to embrace it all as one gestalt amalgam. That's why you'll never hear me say that we should all, like, men should just be these emotionless, robots. We should all be Mr. Spock. No, we shouldn't. You're denying part of your humanity. And the same thing is, I'm not about to deny the part of me that says I like to fuck. And so if that's the case, then if I'm working out and I look better and I'm more appealing to women and they want to fuck because as a result of me wanting to fuck, and then we both have, we're both in shape and everything else, I'm pretty sure that's how most of humanity got together and reproduced. Why am I explaining this to you? It's like that conversation. Like it's like Mike trying to defend the Earth is round instead of flat. It's like I think maybe I understand Mike's frustration when it's like, oh, we didn't really land on the moon. Yeah, we did. We just saw the latest orbit recently, right? You know, the guys on that religious podcast he was on that I told you about in Fort Lauderdale, they were like, oh, I think the world's flat. Well, I could talk to you about that. Oh, God, Jesus. Like, let's go. It's just like, you're wasting time. I hate that I have to think in those terms, but like the older you get, the less time you want to waste. You mentioned smelly tea. Oh, the smelly t-shirts. Doesn't flying solo also cause this and give women the ick? It might also affect congruency. I'm not aware of that. That's funny you should say that. I actually brought that up as a topic of discussion once with Mike when I started doing TRT, like, because technically higher testosterone can be detected through, like, women have a better sense of smell anyways, but like pheromonally, I guess, women find certain t-shirts, like a guy sweats in it. So the high testosterone guy sweats and the low testosterone guy sweats in it. And the guy with the higher T smells sexier or smells better than the guy with the low T. Okay. That's the basics of it. I'm sure that's way more nuanced than just that. But my question was this. So if you're low T, if you're like, let's say you're 400 and you go on TRT and it boosts you to 600, right? And then you go on Masteron, or then you start to like running like T Pro or something like that, and it boosts you up to 800, maybe 1,000. If you took like your T-shirt when you were 400, and then you took a T-shirt test when you were 1,000, now you've artificially inflated your T numbers. Should not then the 1,000 T-shirt smell better than your old 400 T-shirt? Same person. Would artificial, like, if you do gear, would the testosterone from the guy doing the gear, would his T-shirt smell better than the guy who has?
For basing it off the study, then
I would think that they've never done a study like this before, so I would be very curious to see if that's the case. Like, can you artificially inflate your sex appeal, whatever it is that they're measuring when it comes to the sweaty T-shirts thing? I don't know. I think that's something for the books. Why is your subscriber count stuck at 2024? Would you like me to tell you? Because I'm fucked for months. No, it's not months. It's been coming up on 3 years now, actually. It's very unlikely people not finding your channel and not adding when Red Pill is at an all-time high. Yes, well, let me tell you why that is. Because I and myself and let's see, Aaron Clary and Richard Cooper and let's see who else, MTR, Mediocre Tutorial Reviews, Sandman of all people, and then Pearl Davis and Myron Fresh. We were all part of an experiment courtesy of an NGO called Diverting Hate that was funded by the Department of Homeland Security through ASU, Arizona State University, and the McCain Society, McCain Foundation. And what that entailed was YouTube kind of conspiring and colluding with this NGO to essentially redirect our traffic to state-approved masculinity sites as far back as November 2022. And the reason I know this is because the annual report was stupidly published publicly by these guys in March of 2023, which I still have a copy of too. And essentially what we've been, ever since we were put on that list, all of us have been locked at the same, we don't get more and we don't make less. I've gone as low as 223, but then it's like 223.8, and then it goes back up to, like, right now I'm at 224, like 120, I think. And it never goes more and never goes less because we are fucked. We are on some list. Aaron Clary, same thing. He's told me the same thing. I can't get more and I can't get less. Like, we're locked at our sub count. And does it matter now? Probably not, because subs are a vanity metric. So I don't pay too much attention to it. But when I do, it's usually because I know that we're still locked on that list somehow. So my bass player is 57 and he'll run laps around these guys. I'll do the same one day. Maybe we will. Maybe someday. Can you explain women's love for true crime and terrible tropes in fiction books? It's essentially porn with no, you can say porn, with no pics. Thank you, sir. Well, there's a lot of things that are porn. That's it's funny you should bring that up, because my opening clips there, that was book talk, by the way. Those chicks that are on there, and they were all talking about how they wanted monster porn, or they wanted
They want the Minotaur, man.
yeah, they want the Minotaur. And I was just talking about this. When I first published The Rational Male in 2013, one of the top selling books at that time was a book called Come For Me, Bigfoot. I shit you not. And I was like, I'm like, why am I writing? Like, I thought, I was like, I got all like, oh man, nobody will ever read my book. Oh, I need to write xenoporn. And the chick who wrote it was like so utterly embarrassed that it was making her all kinds of money that they were like, and people wanted to interview her. That girl was making $30,000 a month off of that one book.
Nice.
And she couldn't, like, she made millions of dollars off that book. So it's not just the Minotaur, the Morning Glory milking farm. That's not a new invention, just to let you guys know. All right. So let's get to Patrick Bet David finally. Patrick Bet David has decided to take it upon himself to throw his hat in the red pill ring. This is what these guys do when it's a slow news cycle. Patrick Bet David has been pretty vocal, pretty anti-red pill. And now a lot of the stuff he's popping off with is just basically stuff we've been talking about in the red pill since 2012. And I also want to point something else out here before I get started, is that I got to sort of hand it to Adam Sosnick for hanging in there as long as he has, especially now, because Adam is, I mean, he's still part of PBD's crew, and I'll give you a little bit of background on PBD as far as my dealings with him are concerned. Let me see if I can find PBD. Valuetainment, there it is. Okay, here we go. Hey, what do we get? Was that $500? No, it's $50. Sorry, but I will read your thing.
Oh, gnarly!
I got the high rollers here. Hold on, let me bring up Valuetainment real quick, and then I'll just leave it.
Massive epidemic going on with young.
Okay, here we go. What do you got here? Howdy, Rollo. Howdy. I'm a podcaster. Howdy. Rollo and class, only cutting 50 today because diesel is $6 a gallon. Yes. What are you, are you a trucker? Is the unmarried single woman epidemic a real thing? Yes, epidemic. I'm glad you brought it. I'm glad you said it, not me. Yeah, as a matter of fact, it is. In fact, it's men's fault too. Just letting you know. I've gone on record. I'm going to say that here's your preamble for Patrick Bet David. As you know, I am of the opinion that if you can explain the crisis of male loneliness, the fertility crisis, the gender divide, whatever that means, the inability of young women to find suitably acceptable, eligible bachelor husbands, and let's see what else. Well, I guess the porn epidemic might be involved in that. You can also add, let's see, what else? Pretty much anything. Any of the political divide, the gender political divide, right? Anything that you can point at as a sort of an intersexual gender dynamics kind of problem that's being written about in the Atlantic or anywhere else can be boiled down to one reason. Average women do not want to get with average men. Simple as that. Average women do not want average men. And it's gotten to the point where I have to read you shit like this, okay? This is from Echo because she's blocked me, and I'm going to read it on my fucking podcast and poke you back in the eye with this one, Echo. You're not being punished for being average. You're being punished for believing your completely ordinary traits should attract any woman you desire. No, that's exactly what I've been saying, okay? Women aren't ignoring good men. They're ignoring men who think they're entitled to her as a reward for clearing the lowest bar. These guys are not upset with that no girl wants them. They're upset that women want the women they want would have to dramatically lower her standards to date him, all while calling the women who actually are in his league fat and ugly. Women aren't the problem. No, they are, because those fat and ugly 4s and 5s and 3s think that they're fucking 10s. It's the problem that we've colloquially termed the 49ers problem. It's a 4 who thinks she's a 9. That's the problem. You're the problem, Echo, not guys. You are the problem. Guys will be happy to fuck you. Guys, I can't even imagine how many dudes will be happy to have, what do they say? I would love to have just a mid. I'd love to marry just a mid chick, right? They would be happy to have any of that, but they can't get that because of the global sexual marketplace. That's why. The problem is you. Here's the other problem, okay? Look, this is from the New Statesman. I just grabbed these stats before I came on. I talked to Mike before, because Mike and I have been talking about this lately. It's a New Statesman research and a survey, I guess, that's been done. Overall, do you have these are the stats from the questions that the New Statesman asked. Overall, do you have a positive or negative view of the opposite gender? Positive, neutral, or negative? Men, look at that. 72% of men polled in this thing all have a positive attitude towards women, or positive a view of women. 21% have a neutral, and only 7% have a negative view. Look, women, on the other hand, though, 50% of them have a positive view, 29% of them have a neutral view, and 21% have a negative view. Ladies, the problem is you. Do you think the economy works well for or works against people like you? Men, 48% say don't, or works well. 15 say don't know, and works against 37. Okay, so you're getting a fair amount of balance there. Women, on the other hand, only 34% said it works well for them. 23% said they don't know, and 43% say that it works against them. Poor victims, once again. Do you have a positive or negative view of capitalism? Positive. Oh, yeah, you can see the rest of it. The point I was making here is the outlook on men and women. There's actually this is a whole panel of survey questions here. What I'm getting at in all of this is that average women don't want average men. Would you like to see what an average man looks like? This is what an average dude looks like. Todd is the most typical American man. His proportions are based on averages from the CDC anthropomorphic data. As a U.S. male, age 30 to 39, his body mass index is 29, and one shy of medical definition of obesity, of obese. At 5'9" tall, his waist is 39 inches. He is a beach ball. Now, of course, I tried to find a similar illustration for women. I'm hopeful, if you can find it, please let me know, because Google wouldn't let me find it. So I had to go with this description instead, because I was trying to find something that was similar as an illustration, but Google would not give me an actual picture of an equivalent of Todd right here. So I had to settle for a description here. Based on the latest anthropomorphic reference from the CDC, the typical American woman 20 and over has the following average proportions. She has a 63.5 inches high. So she's 5'3.5" inches. Okay. Weight, 170.8 pounds. So about 171 pounds. Mm-hmm. Karen is a beach ball. All right. Waist circumference, 38.5 inches. Just one shy of the guy, right? Body mass index, 29.8, more than the average man. Got it? Profile averages for the moment are of overweight according to the mass indexes. For further details, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Now, mind you, I couldn't find an actual illustration of this. They wouldn't let, or if they'd exist, then I wasn't getting it back as a return. So, Echo, it would appear to me that the problem is actually you. Once again, I'll use these stats here again. Let's have a look at this. Young women have become much more liberal. Guess what, Echo? The problem is you. It's not men. Men have been pretty much steady in their political, their bent, their affiliations, their ideological, whatever, where they align themselves. No, it's been women who have been radicalized. Accept this. This is the reality on the ground right now. I'm sorry if that bursts your bubble. I know I'm going to be stepping on a lot of toes today, but that's just the fucking reality of the case. So the problem is you. Now, here's the thing. We're going to look at Patrick Bet David here, and Pat's going to tell us how the problem is actually all of us, all his guys. You need to do better. Todd, where'd you go? Where's Todd? Here's Todd. Todd, you need to fucking get better. You need to go and get to the gym. you got a lot of work to do, mister. Okay, so we're going to talk to Todd here in just a moment. But Patrick Bet David has taken it upon himself. Oh, good old Uncle Pat has decided to tell us about this. Now, before I get started here, I want to let you guys know that this is the same Patrick Bet David that gave Adam Sosnick a world of fucking shit for saying exactly what he's saying in this video. I want to make that, because as far as I know MLD did a show on this. I think Richard Cooper did. And I know Nuclear Codillo did just yesterday. Thank you, all of you. Thank you for you throwing your hat in the ring here. But one thing I didn't see in any of these things is going back to the, what was it, almost about 7 months ago? I think it was before I went into surgery. So it would have been like last fall. Pat got all up Adam Sosnick's ass for talking about how difficult the sexual marketplace was, how difficult, how overextended, how overinflated women's egos were, how difficult it is to make that connection, how the women simply aren't in the clubs, right? Or then, of course, what does Pat do? Pat, did you find it?
I made it.
Oh, you made it up.
Yeah,
okay.
I ended up making this one based on the stats.
Yeah, throw it up. Okay, so this is Karen. Karen and Todd. This is the average American female, 20 and older, by the way. Oh God, this is horrific.
Okay.
There you go. That's the average American female. This is the kind of girl that I see when I'm walking from the TSA to my gate in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
That's who you're gunning for, guys. Todd, that's who you're gunning for. But this guy gets with this chick. Just saying. Welcome to America. You still want to expat? You still want to come to this country? That's what you're in for. Just saying. God. And the
Gen Z specifically,
and the
60%
wild. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, people of Walmart for sure. Anyways, before I get too deep in here, Pat, fuck off, dude. I mean, come on, man. Everything that's in this video is what you gave Adam Sosnick so much shit for bringing up on his own. This is where you're at, and you're going to tell us. Let's get some really good dating advice from Pat here. The other thing is, everybody's saying, "Oh, this is boomer advice." I really wish it was, because Pat is younger than I am, and I'm Gen X. So this is not boomer advice. This is a guy who is so completely disconnected from this world, from this niche. Like, I've been married for 30 some odd years, and people give me shit, say, well, what does he know? He hasn't been in the dating. But I make it my business to know this stuff. I have been in wine and spirits forever. I've done promotional stuff forever. I've been doing Access Vegas. I live in Las Vegas. I've been doing this kind of shit forever. Right? You want me to give you my bona fides? I'll give you my bona fides. There you go. But I'll tell you this right now. Pat has no fucking earthly idea what he's talking about here. And it's not because he's a boomer. It's not because he's unintelligent. It's because he has to find content. This is just the hotness that he has to pick up on. And I will tell you this, as soon as there's another thing he can pivot to, when it's an election or it's a social issue or something like that, he's going to pivot right to that too. Because this is just cheap, easy, like lazy fucking content for him.
So there's a massive epidemic going on with young men, Gen Z specifically. 60% of them under 30 are not even dating. By the way, 62% of them are not even wanting to date. Gen Z men. This is a high of 2019 when it was 51%.
Oh, you mean from the GSS study that I quoted on your show in February of 2022? That GSS study? This is just shocking. This is new development.
So even though they're getting older, the older they get, they're like, I'm not even interested in dating. Why not? Do you know what the average cost of a date is for Gen Z today when they go out? $205. Who's
$205? What?
205.
What, in Vegas?
Yeah, I can see that here. But
Yeah, definitely here. $205. So, of course, he's wants you to all believe that he's a financial wizard, right? So, of course, he's got to take the economic, circumstances into effect before anything else.
expected to pay for it? Of course, men. Millennials' average cost for dinner is $250.
Of course, men. Wouldn't that make them dancing monkeys?
Gen Z is $205. The national average is $189. We need more Gen Z dating because we need more babies, especially with.
Well, okay, if that's the case, why don't you just say, hey, you guys get out there and get fucking. That's because if that's the operative, if the whole thing is just about like we Gen Z, we need more babies. You know why they need more babies? Because they need people to take care of them. They need slaves. They need people to, it's either that or import them, immigrate them here. More babies or more immigrants. You choose. You decide. That's their mentality anyways.
Our birth rate dropping. I'm going to share with you, if you're watching this as a young man, St. Pat, what can I do?
Start fucking. That's what you can do. Guys, what can I do? I got an idea. How about we start the band? What's this plate theory thing? What's this plate spinning thing that I hear Rolla talking about? Oh my God. And I'll tell you the other thing is, like, I love it how it just blows my mind whenever somebody has to quote me about the we have a fertility crisis. We got a fertility crisis. We've been below fertility replacement in the United States since 1975. Go look it up. It's not hard to find those stats. Now you're banging a gong? Get the fuck out of here.
To succeed in a market, because I'm looking for girls. I'm going to give you certain tips that helped me when I was 23. Hopefully it'll help you out as well.
When he was 23, what was it? 1996? How old is Pat, man? Hey, these things would help me out. I want to, look that up really quick because I want to point something out here. I run a program called Reignites. Okay, certainly part of my charter is I try to help guys who are 45 to 65, somewhere in there. We have guys that are younger than that, just so you know, and I have a few guys that are just a touch older than that. Okay, but that's the good spectrum right there.
It's 24 or
47,
but it's a 24-year gap.
So he would have been how old? 24 then? When he got married? 25.
Would have been 25.
Really? Really, motherfucker. So here's the thing is, when I try to help guys, like, sort of reintegrate them back into the sexual marketplace, they need to know that they need to have an Instagram and all this other stuff, because they're still, a lot of the guys that I work with are coming out of bad marriages, or maybe they just never really, understood how to go about dating or whatever, who knows. But for the most part, these guys need some sort of reintegration into the new, this brave new world, right? They're stranger in a strange land. So that's also what MOA does too. Just letting you guys know, he just has a different demo than me. But a lot of guys are like, they don't know that they have to have an Instagram, a curated Instagram account. They don't know that Instagram is the #1 dating app on planet Earth. So there's certain things that, people will criticize me. Well, Rollo, don't you try to put guys, give them advice on how to date and everything? I just give you the education. I give you the intersexual dynamics part of it. It's up to the individual how they want to apply it. I can point you in the right direction, but I'm sure as shit not going to say, it's never occurred to me to say this. Like, I got a few more. I got some tips from when I was 27, and I met Mrs. Tomasi. And let me tell you, I'm going to tell you guys in 2026. You should, you should probably watch Club MTV, learn how to dance. So my point is this: is like, we need to update our software, okay? Please, it's like running Windows on a 486 instead of where we're at right now.
So if you value added this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel, specifically the 51% of you that consume the content on a weekly basis, but you still haven't subscribed. We're on our way to get to 10 million subscribers. We're less.
You should also subscribe to me so I can get so I can get pushed up to, I don't know, 223. I gotta get reduced.
Than 3 million subscribers away from getting there. It would mean a lot to us if you take a moment and smash that subscribe button. Having said that, let's get right into it. Okay, crisis by the numbers. We already know 60% of young men are not dating. 62% are not even trying to date, up from 51% compared to just 34% for women. So women are like, no, I want to date. I want to go out there and meet people. Young men are like, no, I'm leaving the marketplace. I don't want to do this. Apps like,
okay, you just heard those numbers, okay? 60% for guys that they don't want to date, but then women say they do want to date. Well, that's really interesting because that's like really hard to sort of jive against that stat right there. The favorable opinions, okay? So while women do want to date, and I'm sure they do, they just don't want to date the average dude. They don't want to date Todd. Okay? In fact, they're entitled to somebody who's not Todd.
Tinder are heavily skewed towards male users. 76% of Tinder users are men. So guess what? It's like going to a nightclub and it's not ladies' night. You're going to a nightclub and everybody there is a bunch of men at a nightclub.
Gosh, if there was only a dating coach in Las Vegas, Nevada, saying something. If only we had a savior in Las Vegas.
Options are you want to go to a place where women are. We're going to talk about that here in a minute. Studies suggest.
Where are the women? Tell me where the women are. Come on.
Roughly 80% of men are rated as below average in attractiveness, leading many to feel inadequate or.
Oh my God. Holy shit. Wait, this is a momentous occasion. Patrick Bet David has just become Red Pill. He's actually quoted something from the Rational Mail, quoted something that we've been talking about. I don't know what. Oh, that would have been that would have been men behaving badly. So that would have been 2019. So 7 years, 8 years, 7 years, 7 years we've been talking about this. Congratulations, Pat. You finally fucking caught up to the rest of the class. That is fucking awesome.
Ignored. You know what's the interesting thing? Today I came back from speaking at the school and there's all these kids in this classroom and I go up on the board and I write these numbers down. I write 14 and I write 3. I said, can I ask you guys a question? Can anybody tell me what this 14-3 means? One girl's like, that's a date according to a European calendar. And they're going through all this other stuff. I said, let me tell you what this means. I walk into this classroom. There was 14 girls to 3 boys.
Okay, now, did it ever occur to you why that is? Do you ever wonder why that is? Why is that why that seems a very, very wide discrepancy. Why shouldn't it be 50-50? Shouldn't it be 14 and 14? No, yeah, like basic questions. Well, why do you think that is, Pat? I'm curious.
I sat there and I'm like, wait a minute, these are great ratios. One of the guys, that's a boy's my son. So I'm like, hey son, you listen, you got a lot of good options here, right? These are the types of ratios you want. So now if you're watching and saying, how do I put myself in a position to have more options? So when they say 80%.
Well, I got an idea. Spin more plates. Date not exclusively. Let's see. God, I mean, like abundance mindset. Maybe that never occurred to you. That doesn't make it into the conversation, man. It's amazing. Oh, they're here playing.
Percent of it's attractiveness, all this other stuff. Look at some of the most beautiful women in the world. Are they all married to attractive men? Not necessarily. So what did these men have that these girls?
Not to hear, but I thought assortative mating was a thing. Apparently not in empath.
Dated and chose to go with them. There's a reason for that. We're going to talk about that. So now, biggest dating fears. Pervasive fear of being perceived as creepy or toxic. Oh my God.
Okay. I don't know where he's getting all of this stuff, but you'll also notice the first thing out of his mouth is an emotion, fear. Men are afraid to approach women. Afraid. Why is that the first presumption? And I'm not coming down on Pat for this because this is I would expect it from Pat, right? But why is that the first assumption? Fear. Why not caution? Why not indifference? Why not ennui? Like despondency? I don't. Why is it fear? Men are afraid. You need to get over your fear. See, it's easier because when you come at it from a position, you presume that the problem is rooted in fear. It's easier to put it back on the individual. But if you put it as caution, now you have to put it on the woman too. So if you say, well, that he just doesn't want to get involved in a relationship because, he's seen what has happened before. He's not afraid. He just wants to be very cautious, and he wants to make sure everything, understand what's going on. Maybe he doesn't want, why is even the toxic masculinity thing is Me Too. This is Gen Z, okay? The Me Too thing, maybe it's a concern for some of them, but by and large, they just don't. They're just bored. They're already entertained. Why would they go? Why would guys bother going to the club? I mean, we can look at the MRAs, I guess, but also the MGTOW or black pill perspectives. The juice isn't worth the squeeze. Why wouldn't that be the first thing you talk about?
Go straight into perception.
Let's go straight into perception. But so the first thing is fear. I want you guys to remember this. Okay, class, put this in your notes. Pay attention whenever anybody uses rhetoric, especially when it's gender rhetoric, especially when it has to do with guys, obviously. But when you listen to why it is that you think a problem exists between men and women, and they try to explain to you, but that doesn't have to be a solution. They can explain the problem to you. Look how many times they use terms or phrases or whatever, words that implicate an emotion. And then it's usually fear, or it's insecurity, right? Or it's something else. It's never a technical problem. It's never mathematics. It's never quantitative. It's always qualitative. And that quality is almost always rooted in fear. Always listen for that emotionality in there, because emotion is what he's appealing. That's because he's a salesman. That's how the salesmen make a lot of money. That's how they sell you a car. How does Lord knows I'm not immune, obviously. How does the car make you feel? I bought the fucking car. Yes, I did. But that's the fear is usually where people start, because if he can convince you that men are afraid to approach women, and then he goes, but you shouldn't be afraid because X, Y, and Z, then it's not about her. It's about you getting over your fear, instead of her and her overblown ego and her this is how even Scott Galloway does the same thing, right? It's always the guy has to do something different. The guy has to be better. The guy has to do this. Get over your fear. But you're afraid of success. Nobody's afraid of fucking success, dumbass. Right? Success, yeah, give me more, please. I'm definitely not afraid of it, right? But it's always rooted in emotionality. And that's how you know that the language that they're using is the language of emotionalism, not the language of empiricism, which is all you're going to hear from the red pill. That's why they hate us. Right?
You're too much. This is too much. This is too pushy. To approach anxiety, a growing fear of being viewed as disrespectful, intrusive, or contributing to toxic masculinity has caused.
Absolutely, 100% patently false. Approach anxiety is an evolutionary function. Men are innately apprehensive when it comes to approaching a woman romantically, because we evolved in hunter-gatherer societies, tribes of about 100 to 150. In those tribes, maybe a handful of women or of young women of that age, or the perfected age, right? Maybe 10, maybe 12 out of 100, 150. And if you fucked up, guess what? That girl tells the remaining 10 girls in the tribe, this guy's weird and creepy and stuff. And guess what? You go extinct. Your DNA ceases to exist. That's where approach anxiety, that's the root of approach anxiety. Now, people want to talk about, again, this is all about emotionalism. Empirically speaking, pragmatically, scientifically speaking, approach anxiety is an evolutionary function. Does it manifest itself in different ways? Yeah, absolutely it does. But that's where that apprehension comes from.
many young men to stop approaching women in real life, which, by the way, young men, if you're listening to this, you're creating this imagination. This doesn't exist. By the way, this is...
Hey, what did I say? You're creating, this is all your imagination. You're just dreaming this. Yeah, all that evolutionary apprehension you have for approach anxiety, yeah, that's just cope. You're just dreaming it. It's all just it's insignificant.
Been around for a long time. You know what the hardest thing is today? There was a video the other day with Charlize Theron, an actress that's been in a lot of different movies, Devil's Advocate, a lot of different movies. This is supposed to be one of the most beautiful women in the world. I think she was also in that movie with Golfin.
You mean the same Charlize Theron who was sitting across from Alex Cooper on Call Her Daddy, talking about how she loves one-night stands with 25-year-old guys? That same Charlize Theron? Like, at least, you know, by the way, this, I'm not even going to talk to Pat. Pat's producers, whoever's writing this horse shit for Pat, please stay on top of your fucking game. I'm on top of my game. I expect you to be on top of your game too. Charlize Theron was just on Call Her Daddy, not even 2, 3, almost a month ago. So you got no excuse. Right. This is the same bitch that was talking about how she, you know, how she was hoping more guys would approach her because she wanted to fuck more when she was in her 20s. She got married early and she had kids or something like that. And now she's trying to live her best life as a 50-year-old cougar. Bad example. Probably would want to start with something else. And then on top of that, celebrity. For fuck's sake. People, you know how many times people have given me shit for using like a Jason Momoa, right? Or Alan Richson, or using a celebrity, an actor as an illustrator. And I always try to remind everybody that it's for illustrative purposes only. And you're not like, it's Charlize Theron for
Legends of Bagger Vance with Matt Damon, if I'm not mistaken. Can you verify this? The girl's asking her, so how many men approach you? She says, you'd be amazed. Nobody. It's like, wait, what? You're this beautiful. No one's approaching me. Why?
Maybe it has something to do with guys that she wants to fuck being 25 years old. Maybe that.
I don't know. They're scared. Guys are scared. So you really think if 34% of women are out there that are off the market, but 61%, maybe men are just giving up and they're getting a little bit scared? Because
there it is. Scared. Even said scared. You just scared. Are you yellow? Are you yellow?
The reality of it is women want the right ones want you to approach them.
There we go. The right ones. Now we've qualified it. How about just anyone? The right ones. Okay, what are the right ones? How do I, Pat, I'm taking notes here. Like, how do I identify the right ones? wait, put her back up. Add her to the stage. Add her to the stage again. Is this the right one? Is this the right one, Pat? Because that's the average chick in the airport. Is that the average? Is that the one I'm supposed to be looking for, man?
Guys are getting out of the market. This is kind of like when 2008 happened. You know what happened to realtors overnight? We had some 600,000 realtors in America in 2006, 2007. Overnight, 40% didn't renew their licenses. 240,000 left the real estate industry because it was so difficult. So it's like, oh my God, it's so hard to be.
Yeah, because they were going broke because of asshats like you. That's called the Big Short. Yeah, they did.
Be in real estate. Yes, but if you're good, the market's going to come back to you now.
Yeah, so the quality, there it is. Well, if you'd had a fucking crystal ball like me,
have an option because you have more homeowners that are looking for fewer realtors. So you can look at that as an edge. Now let's look at this because some of the
here's my this is my real estate plan right here. Should I get out of the should I get out of the market right now?
This is valid. Some young men are really going through it. As a matter of fact, what's so funny about this topic is this was the conversation we were having this last Saturday night when we're out with the family. It was about dating with my 14-year-old, 12-year-old, and my family was sitting there. We're going through it.
I'm a little weirded out by the fact that the 12-year-old is involved in that conversation.
Barriers to dating. Survey shows that the biggest barrier to Gen Z dating is not having money. 52% of survey agree. Watch this.
Where the fuck is this survey coming from? Am I missing something? Maybe it was in the links. I don't know. Where's the survey?
Not enough time because of career education priorities. So I'm so busy. I'm just trying to get my career going.
IFS. Yeah, the good old evangelical IFS. Yes. Don't worry. You'll be happy in marriage.
When I'm going to school, I don't have the time today. Great. Men agree. Women agree. Blue is men. Don't want to commit long-term, so they're afraid of long-term commitment, okay? Bad dating experience in the past. You know who's had it? Every single one of us. Either you were the bad experience or the girl was the bad experience, but we've all been part of that experience. Most of us lack confidence. I'm worried. I don't have the confidence. We can work on this. Not enough money for dating activities. We can also work on that, which we'll talk about here in a minute. So when we go lower and we're...
Well, you know what wasn't included in those stats? This right here. How about this? Women just fucking hate guys. How about that? Can we just go with that? Can we just say that women just simply got no use for men right now? Maybe guys aren't acting. Maybe those fears aren't unfounded. Come on, Pat. Like, work with me here. At least be thorough, my friend. At least be thorough. You're going to use IFS.
Looking at the dating costs, it leads us to this. Okay, dating, marriage, skills gap. Desire and attitude are not the problem. They want to build connections that explore long-term partner. This is young men. Young adults need dating skills. Lack of experience, social and emotional confidence, stretch, develop social skills, struggle to express interest in dating partner, struggle to communicate on a date. Less than 4 in 10, 37% said they trusted their judgment when it comes to choosing a dating partner.
Again, is this the same IFS studies he's referring to? Because I'm still confused, like what studies he's citing. Like, that's the thing that really kind of gets me these days. And then this happens more on it happens more on Twitter than it does on YouTube these days. But whenever somebody quotes something or they'll show like some graph or some shit like that, I'm like, dude, at least put the fucking link to the study instead of like most people just let it because they want the engagement, right? But at least put the cite your sources, bro.
There's a book I read, which my assistant many years ago
called the Rational Male
told me about. I said, listen, I just made a decision. I'm never getting married. I enjoy my own company. She says, yeah, whatever. I said, no, I'm telling you, I'll go to movies by myself. I'll go to dinner by myself. I enjoy my own company. She says, before you decide to be single the rest of your life, this morning I was listening to this Christian radio channel, and this guy was talking about a book called 101 Questions to Ask Before You Get Engaged. So she says, you should go buy it. So I'll buy the book. It sits on my desk. I do nothing with it. I'm thinking, I don't have time to go through a book. I open it up. It's literally a question and an answer. You write the answer. It's blank. So I went and started answering all the questions. Some of the questions were not important. I think 54 of them were important to me. By the time it was done, I was like, all this time I thought I knew what I was looking for a woman. I was looking for this. That's crazy. And then I wrote out exactly what I want her to look like physically.
Was that this girl right here? Here you go, because that's your sample size right there, Pat.
Height, personality, temperament, because I wanted to see how she was going to be with my kids. My personality is here. I can't date a girl like this. When I did, we almost killed each other. It was like World War III. So,
all right. So now, just hold it right there. We'll come back to Pat. Now, do you guys remember when I was explaining to you the conversation that was going on between Mike Sartain and this guy on the last podcast who was talking about what biblical discernment or godly discernment, right? I imagine Patrick Bet David would have a much different conversation with that guy than Mike did, right? Now, Mike actually, I thought, handled it. I am very impressed, by the way, with the state control of Michael Sartain. Yeah, right. He is military. You can tell he's military. Definitely tell he's military. He is very much in control of his state. Better than I was when I was, back in the day with Pat Campbell, for sure. I had to learn that. And I'll still fucking get going, right? But I think that would have been a much different conversation because now, remember, this is the IFS, right? IFS is like, I want to say, I don't think it's TPUSA, but I'm wondering who the major funding, where the money comes for the IFS. I'm pretty sure, because it's a very conservative think tank. It's a very, like everything is very pro-marriage. Everything is very, traditional. It's trad wife, positive shit. And I'm not saying that some of it's invalid. I'm just saying that it's coming from, let's just say, an implicit bias to begin with, right? It's confirmation bias. They're looking to find what they found, right? So they're not going to the IFS is not going to publish surveys that don't back up their ideological, so if they found, we did the survey and it really doesn't point to the direction that we wanted it to, that blog or that post doesn't get posted. So just letting you know, this is not IFS is not it's not like I don't say the APA. It's not a scientific, psychological, sociological, whatever. I don't know what the rigor would be, because like if you've ever taken hell, even like a first year psych student, if you psych 101, you have to go through statistics and methods, right? You have to know what you're talking. I don't know what their policy is with regard to that. Maybe I should look that up, because I keep seeing so many people throwing out IFS after IFS studies. I can look at the GSS studies and show you what that says. And at least that's a general survey, it's a social survey, something like that. And then, there's CDC, there's all kinds of other stuff that you can go. Pew Research is somewhat reliable. Okay. No, the Jews don't own it, for fuck's sake.
But to kind of find a way for temperament, right? I'm thinking family, kids, long term. And when my wife and I went on our first date, you know what I told her? I said, I'm not here to hook up with you. I said, I'm looking for a wife. I took her to Borders.
That's funny, because I told my wife, I said, I'm looking to hook up with you. That was the first thing out of my mouth, man. I'm like, fuck yeah, I want to have the sex with my wife.
I bought the book for her, 101 Questions to Ask Before You Get Engaged. I said, if this freaks you out, I'm super comfortable with that. If you're just thinking I want to go out and have fun, that's not this guy. There's plenty of guys out there.
Okay. Imagine, ladies, if you're watching this show, I don't know how many ladies I have in the audience. I hope you're watching this show. Okay. Ladies, you're 23, 24 years old now. And the guy that is kind of interested in you, he's kind of a little bit coming on a little thick, maybe, but you decide to go out on a date with him anyways, against your better judgment. And he whips out this book at the restaurant and he says, hey, look, I'm not looking to fuck you, but I want you to see this book and I want you to fill in as much of this as you possibly can, because I'm thinking about getting married. And you're 23 years old. Does that free you? Are you like, oh, fuck yeah. Let me see. Imagine that happening right now. A 25-year-old Patrick Bet David who doesn't have, well, I don't know how much money he had back then, but certainly an unproven commodity, plops this book in front of you and says, you know what, here, honey, darling, fill this out. I hope it doesn't freak you out, but this is what I'm looking for. I want to see if we're a match. Would that freak you out, or would that not freak you out? Imagine like a guy, and I know that because I know some guys that are like this, who will go because they believe in full disclosure. Like they honest to God, they think, oh, you know what? They're uncomfortable with there's different stages of a date, right? There's sort of the awkward, like getting to know you kind of stage, but there has to be that arousal stage first. There has to be that kind of like, it's what mystery would call the seduction stage, right? And then you get to the rapport stage, which is comfort and rapport, right? And most guys are very uncomfortable because they're not good at it, or they don't, they're not confident, or they're fat or whatever else. And so they don't want they want to hurry as fast as they can to get to the rapport stage, or they don't just bypass the seduction part altogether. And what happens is when you do that, you get friend zoned, because you come on, it's almost like you're basically saying, in not so many words, please friend zone me, by going straight from getting to know you. There's no arousal seduction phase, and then you go straight to rapport and comfort, because what those guys have been taught for most of their lives is that you got to be your friend first. And if you're a friend first, and then it develops into something else. And then after 5 months, 6 months, 8 months, then, and you've proven your quality to milady, she'll finally want to have sex with you, because now she's comfortable with you. She's spooned with you enough times on the couch to want to have sex with you. And so what happens is guys take that to heart and they go, you know what? I'm not really comfortable with this seduction shit anyways. I'm just going to be her friend. I'm going to be her brother. I'm going to go and fix her flat tire. My love language is acts of service, right? That kind of shit. And they go straight to the friend side of things. And then they wonder why they get friend zoned. Or they get friend zoned after going through all of that. Well, she says, you know what? I think of you as a brother. Why? Because you gave her brother vibes. You're the one that just jumped straight into the rapport part of that whole thing. So not only are you friend zoned, but you're also her brother. And when a woman says, I think of you as a brother, what she's saying is, I think of sex with you as incest. So keep that in mind when you are thinking that you can't do anything when it comes to seduction or anything, or you don't want to do that, right? The friend zone, the rapport zone is anti-seductive. And when you get to that point when people, well, I was your friend first and we did this, and you'll notice that, like I've heard this so many times. It's funny, I don't think I've ever even brought this up on this show or anywhere else. But whenever I hear these stories about these guys who are like very, very persistent, right? Well, I broke down her walls. I was there all the time. Like, yeah, we call that like stalking. We call that like you're a creep, that kind of stuff, like creep vibes, right? Now, if you're like non-threatening or whatever, that woman is probably going to turn you into a beta orbiter until she has use for you. And that's usually what happens. You can look, I hate to run, people are going to give me shit for this, but I'm going to say it anyways. It's exactly what happened with Jordan Peterson and Tammy Peterson. Jordan Peterson, from the time he was, this by his own words, he was like in love with Tammy when he met her, and he was 7 years old and she's older than him. I think she was like 12 or 13 when they met, right? And he went through college and everything. I don't know if people understand this, but like Tammy had a boyfriend for 2 years that she lived with when she was in college. Jordan had like been persistent and had like asked her, he had proposed to her like twice. I think it was the third time that she finally said yes. And why? Because she had just got out of that relationship with the guy that she was living with. And she's like, okay, now, you know what? He's been here all along. The perfect guy for me. My soulmate has been here, and you were here and I didn't even know it. And now I'm 30. Yeah, because there's that rapport. There's that friendship kind of stuff, right? And then you're hoping that friendship is going to turn into this hot, passionate monkey sex. And it's never that way. And I've talked to guys who have gone through that, who've gone from like straight from like the get to know you phase to, oh, we're going to get married, or we didn't have sex, but we're going to have sex on our marriage night and everything else, even though she's not a virgin, I don't care. And they went from that friendship phase right into marriage. And the guy does it because he thinks he's doing it the right way. Because God forbid he'd actually want to like have some sort of visceral lust for his wife, right? So they go straight into that. And when those guys get divorced, that's the first thing. Like, I work with these guys in Reignite. We were best friends. We were just friends. And for the longest time, and I waited her out and I ground her down. It's like being a sex pest, right? It's like you just ground her down until she finally relented. And now she like, go look at, I think I might still have these. Go look at the videos where Grant Cardone is telling you how he met his wife and how they got together. Go look at the video of how Ben Shapiro got with his wife. Like he did exactly the same thing that Patrick Bet David is talking about here. Well, I know I want to marry you, and I'm just gonna sit here until you're ready to marry me. Meanwhile, she's fucking whoever. But like, it's okay because I think you're the one. And I think you're worth it for me to just sit here and just like stroke off until you're done with these guys. And then it's like Ross and Rachel from Friends, right? If we're still single at 30, then we'll get married. I keep telling you guys, man, Friends and all of those sitcoms of the 90s, those are not comedies. Those are horror movies.
I managed the expectations right there. And I made sure she knew I'm okay if I lose her. Too many times, if you're kind of like, well, but what if I lose her? That's a turnoff. No, this is my standards. This is what I'm looking forward to.
Okay, I'm looking forward to. How do you even know what you're fucking looking forward to? You're 25 fucking years old. I couldn't tell you what I was looking forward to when I met my wife. And I was like 27, right? Yeah, you know what? I wonder if she'd be a great wife and a great mother to my kid. Who fucking thinks this way? I'll tell you who doesn't think this way. Gen Z guys. They don't think this way. They're not going, I've got this. You know who thinks this way? Gamma males think this way. Gamma males are the list makers. Gamma males are the guys who come up with the Excel spreadsheet for all the. Here's what he should have done. Instead of don't waste your time with the whole book. Just give her an Excel spreadsheet that says, I need this, or here's why I'm the perfect boyfriend. I'm loyal. I come from a good family. I want kids in the future. I like puppy dogs and rainbows and Disneyland, and I have a good job, and I have prospects, and I have this and this and this and this, and this is why you should be here. Here's the Excel spreadsheet. This is why you should. I'm logic. You're trying to logic her into bed, right? This is what I need from a woman. Da, da, da. Here's the other Excel spreadsheet. What do you? It's like a business fucking merger. Like that's classic gamma male thinking. Gamma male guys, like, and again, somebody asked me about Vox Day earlier on. That's part of the sociosexual hierarchies. Two of the things that the two least talked about sociosexual hierarchies is the delta male, as I said in the past, and then there's the gamma male. And the gamma male, like I said, he's the most annoying of all of them. As Vox Day said, like when he's talked about gamma males to women tell him that they have this uncontrollable urge to want to like punch the guy in the face. And they can't tell you why they want to punch the guy in the face, but they do. And the reason why is because the guy is trying to give them all these logical reasons why they're the perfect boyfriend. And what that does is it removes sexual selection. It's just this side of grape, right? Here's why you should have sex with me and we should have babies together. She doesn't want that. She wants to fuck Chad. Why? Because Chad engages the emotions. Chad is hot. Chad is somebody that she wants. Like, I'm just using that as a colloquialism, right? She wants the guy who's the hot guy in the foam cannon party because he is the roller coaster. He is a great sexual experience. And if you can lock him down, so much the better, right? But that's the excitement. At 23, like you're going to hand her this book, you hand her this fucking Excel spreadsheet. Oh yeah, sure. I can't even believe this happened in the 90s, man. Like it wouldn't even occurred to me back then because I knew what worked for me. You know, by that point, by the time I met my wife was number 41, right? So by the time I'd already had like 40 notch count at that stage. And again, this is public knowledge. I'm transparent about that. But the fact of the matter is that like you wouldn't have even occurred to a guy who fucks. That doesn't occur to a guy who fucks, and clearly it's not this guy.
This is what I'm going to do with my life. If you value that, let's go. If not, I totally get it. If your approach isn't that way, and the girl's looking at you saying, "Why is this guy so insecure about his position and his situation?" Where he's at, this is where I'm at. This is what I want to do with my life. And remember, that wasn't the case with me in 2002. When I was 24 years old, 23 years old, I was, oh my God, I got to get this. But I had to shift my mindset because I had to increase my what? What was the confidence here? Somewhere it says confidence. I had to increase this. So when it says 37% questioning their judgment, why? Because you're second guessing yourself. You don't believe in what you're doing now. Decision making with the business is the same exact way.
Okay, so now he's going to equate this with the fucking business. Okay, so Pat, let me explain something to you about confidence. You can talk about confidence in business and all this other shit. It's so good to be confident. Where does confidence come from? Confidence comes from options. So if you ain't got no bitches,
I'm like, man, bro, sometimes you don't get no hoes, man.
If you don't got no bitches, you got no confidence. Okay, if you're not out spinning plates, and I'm not saying you have to fuck every single one of them, but if you do not have options, your confidence is derived from options. You want a business analogy? Here you go. If I have, like I said before, if I've got 2 jobs, 3 jobs lined up, and I want to get a raise from Pat, I'm going to leave Valuetainment because Joe down the street's going to pay me $10,000 more. Guess what? My confidence is through the fucking roof. Because I already know that I've got this guy who's already got this deal that's already locked in. Let's go. What do you want to do? Deal? You want me to stay with the company or not? I can negotiate from a position of confidence because I have options. The same thing applies when it comes to your romantic relationships. That's why spinning plates, dating non-exclusively, developing an abundance mindset is vital to your dating life, right? That's never going to come out of his mouth. It's never going to come out of a guy's mouth who thinks that putting a book full of, here, write these in, fill out this questionnaire for being my future wife resume. That seems like logic for a guy who doesn't have options. That seems like logic for a guy who doesn't fuck. Because if you had like 5 or 6 girls in your backfield, that doesn't even occur to you. Because you're already understanding. Like you could read the book and write it in for yourself and figure shit out for yourself. I'm not sure that book was intended to be used the way that he's been using it. Might have been for the person so they can discover something about themselves, what they want. not only for themselves, but what they want out of a partner. And guess what? Maybe you take that new understanding and you apply it to your 4 or 5 girls in your backfield. Great. That would fucking be awesome. We're going to take it and give it as like a fucking resume or a fucking questionnaire. So, I wonder this. Here's the thing is, he says he did this with his wife, right? And then that's what like led them to being, husband and wife, right? How many girls did he do that with? How many of the girls that he was with, like, did he go, what did he buy? Like, he got 4 or 5 girls. He bought 5 copies of the book and said, here, I want you to fill this shit out. How many of them what? How many refused that? How many said, fuck that? And what was the situation with that? See, I don't think that happened. Or if it did, it only happened with the woman who is his wife right now because she was already predisposed to be like that in the first place. Had to have been from a similar religious background. So I believe they're both Persian of some sort. I think he said he was from, he's not Iranian. He's Armenian. I think he's Armenian, isn't he? I'm pretty sure. I would presume, because his wife looks very ethnically the same as him. He didn't marry some hot little blonde. He's married someone.
He was born in Iran.
Iran. Okay, so and I'm pretty sure his wife is Iranian too, or is at least Arabic. Pretty sure. I've seen pictures of. I think I even met her once. Anyways, long story short, what I would presume is they already had probably a lot of similar, ideas, anyways. So I don't know if that was I'll take things that didn't happen for 800, Alex. I doubt that happened.
Raising your kids is the same exact way. You know what? I don't know if I'm right 100%, but this is what we're going to be doing. At least I'm leading to people I'm working with. So stay with me here, because I got some notes I wrote on the side that I want to go through with you as well. So I want you to think about a couple things here. Remember I told you the Charlize Theron story? Remember I told you? Where she's like, boys are not approaching me. Okay. So
she's still fucking 25-year-olds, Pat. She's still happy. In fact, she is vocal about her raging libido after 50, okay? I don't think Charlize Theron is really the example you want to be using here, but
guys don't talk to her. Is it on her that guys are not talking to her? Is she too, masculine? And guys don't want masculine girls, so maybe it's How
about this? She's a fucking celebrity. How about that? How about she's Charlize fucking Theron? How about that? Can it be that? Because that would be where my mind would first go, Pat, is she's a celebrity.
Attractive that you're too masculine. So some of the ladies watching this, I'm a girl boss. I'm a this. I'm a that. The other day I was watching a podcast with Joe Button.
I learned a lot about women. I think I learned exactly how the fall of man occurred in the Garden of Eden. Adam and Eve were in the Garden of Eden, and Adam said one day, wow, Eve, here we are at one with nature, at one with God. We'll never age, we'll never die. And all our dreams.
I'm going to halt that right there because I'm just going to fast forward through this real quick. Can we put it back up real quick? There we go. Because I don't know if I'm going to get a copyright strike for that.
It's unattractive that you're too masculine. So some of the ladies watching this.
Oh, wait a minute. There we go.
Everybody. You ever see these Rupert Murdoch or Al Pacino or Robert De Niro, they're dating 28-year-old girls. Yeah. You think the girl's with them because they have a nice six-pack. You think the girl's with them because they have high energy and they go running 6 miles every morning.
How many Robert De Niros are there? How many guys like that are there? What's the average guy look like, Pat? I'll show you. He looks like Todd. That's the average dude, not Robert De Niro, not the guys who are like 80 years old and still, banging 23 or banging 33-year-old girls.
What do you think she's dating him for? Fame and money and access? Maybe. What's your leverage? Is it the fact that you have great connections? That's very valuable. You can get into places others can't. So the girls.
Okay. So Mike would agree with that. I would say, yes, your connections, that might be part of your status.
It's going to be like, wow, who is this guy? He's very important. He's able to get into rooms in certain places others don't.
Maybe you should interview Mike Sartain finally.
Who is this guy, right? Maybe it's your fate. Maybe the girls.
Okay, let me explain something to you here. Pat, one, no man in the history of manhood and humanity has ever logicked a woman into bed. Number two, No man in the history of planet Earth has ever faithed a woman into bed either. Okay. You've only used emotions to get a woman into bed. Prestige, that gets a woman into bed. Status, that gets a woman into bed. Your physique definitely gets a woman into bed with you. Okay. Faith, I would look, God damn it, man. Wouldn't it be awesome? Wouldn't it be awesome? You just, hey, we're just going to pray. And she's just getting wetter and wetter. And you're just more, the more pious and the more you espouse your faith, the hotter she gets. Fuck, man. We'd all be fucking like knee deep in pussy if that was the case. That's not the case. Trust me. Okay.
Like, I really respect this guy, his faith, where he's at. Wow. His faith is above me. So when
your faith doesn't make you look any better when your shirt comes off.
The other day I was willing to do this. He says, no, God comes before everybody. Wait a minute. He's not as interested in me as God. No. This guy's different. Everybody.
Yeah, I'm out.
Everybody else would want to just have me drop my panties and then boom, we get to work. And this guy's not. No. There's something different about this guy. Huh?
Yeah, I'm going to make him wait. I'm going to see if I can make him jump through some hoops here.
He's okay with losing me. He's interested, but his standards are higher based on the values. I'm interested in this guy. Maybe it's human nature. Maybe you're good with people. Maybe you're great. Well, maybe you're great with talking to people. You're good at choosing words.
Okay, game. Okay, I'll give you that. It could be game. You could be very good with words. The problem is that when you're good with words, a lot of times people think that you're being a manipulative game player. Lord knows I've been called that. How many times? I'm sure Mike has too, right? I would say that's definitely part of game. Having a good social savvy would definitely be part of it.
And you feel tension. Maybe you feel when you're talking to somebody else and you kind of know this is not the time to push too hard. This is my opportunity.
Or maybe you feel sexual tension. Maybe you go, man, this guy's really turning me on. Maybe there's actually something, there's a spark between the two of us. Hey, does this guy just get it? Let me give him a shit test. Let me see if I can, see if he knows how to play the game. That I would definitely agree with, but that's not where he's going with this, right? You'll notice that everything that he talks about here is this qualification. Like you're looking at, and this is kind of the fault of a lot of guys who are in this space when it comes to, and I wouldn't classify Patrick Bet-David as one of these guys, but the guys who are in the quote unquote, dating space. I'm a dating coach. I would never call myself a dating coach. I am not, just right now for the record, I am not a dating coach. I will give you information. I will tell you, I'll give you suggestions. I will show you what has worked in the past. You're the guy that has to go and figure out and put that into practice. I'm not here to coach you. I'm here to inform you and educate you and to just give you what you need, give you the tools you need to build the life that you want, right? To build the life that you want to fuck hot chicks? Great. Use that for fuck hot chicks. You want a wife? Great. Use that to go get a wife. You want to, I don't know, get out of a parking ticket or get out of a traffic violation? You can use game to get out of a traffic violation. Lord knows I've done it. But the fact of the matter is that if you are going to use like human nature, you're going to use you're going to use talking or whatever is your conversational skills. You have to be prepared for how those are going to be interpreted. So like it's one thing to have guys who are like very good at game, very good at social. They have a social savvy, right? Again, if that social savvy doesn't have a congruency with the persona that they're projecting, all that confidence counts for shit, right? All that if you're self like Ryan Stone. Ryan Stone would say if you're stepping on your dick, then like it's really not going to make too much difference like what your strengths end up being.
Here's how I'm going to approach it in a more subtle way. Maybe I'm going to ask the questions instead of being a little bit too direct. Maybe in this situation, I'm going to be direct. All that is part of human nature, right? You see some guys that are so comfortable with girls, human nature. Maybe you're a leader and girls want to be led. The right ones want to be led.
There you go.
Maybe they look at you and they're like, wait a minute, this guy's
qualify it.
He knows how to calm me down.
Qualify it. The right ones. Here's the thing. This is what, again, getting back to the point where it's like, God, I hate to say it, but probably maybe Paul Elam has a point here. I will concede you a point. Here you go. the very fact that we're using just women as the benchmark here for like what guys have to do is like you're basing it on an ambiguous, like unfalsifiable, really, idea of what a right woman would be. The right ones will follow you. The right ones will appreciate your faith. The right ones will appreciate your confidence. The right ones will, okay, well, here's the thing, Pat, why don't you lead with that? What's the right girl? How come how many, let's statistically speaking, how many women in the United States between the ages of 18 and 20, well, we got to go Gen Z, right? 18 and 29 are the right ones. How many of them, and what qualifies as that? Is that the right ones are the only ones that can appreciate the faith thing and the human nature thing and the confidence thing and everything else? It's like, physical prowess probably should be number one. But before, he should have led with that. Okay, here's what you're looking for, guys. Here's what a right woman looks like. She wants to be, a right woman wants to be led. Okay, well, what does that look like? How does she behave? Give me the definition of what the right one is. Just because she's following my lead, does that mean she's a right one? What if my leadership sucks and she's still following me? Does that mean she's still a right one?
I feel very calm around him. There's certain things about his temperament I like, right? Maybe this guy's going places, right? You're not like making all the money in the world. Maybe you're making 30 grand a year right now, 50 grand a year, 60 grand. But she knows you're going places when you talk to her. You're like,
okay, that's called potential, and I would agree with that, yes.
There's a certain level of seriousness about this guy. Certain level, not all the time, but they want to see a little bit of seriousness with you. Whoa, this guy's serious.
Okay, everything that he's mentioned thus far, and this is the operative of this whole fucking video, really, they're what I would classify, or what I would qualify anyways, as aspects or traits or whatever of the beta buck side of dual mating strategy, right? Which is provisioning, protection, and parental investment. Every last thing, every item he's listed on this thing appeals to one side of the dual mating strategy, which we call hypergamy, okay? But it's alpha fucks, beta bucks. These are all beta bucks traits. Okay, every last thing, the leadership, all this, although you could say dominance, maybe that's the alpha side, but for the most part, I should say the way he describes, the way he encapsulates all of this stuff is like, well, these are the things that are going to make you attractive. Yeah, okay. If you want to get married, if you're trying to find a wife in the next half an hour, yeah. But that's not how the real fucking world works. In fact, I wonder, I don't know this, have no idea what Pat's notch count is or what he was doing prior to 2002 when he met his wife or whatever. I have no idea, but it strikes me as if the guy is not somebody who had a lot of sexual opportunities for the most of his life. I know that he got into bodybuilding, like at some point. Why'd you get into bodybuilding? Probably because you wanted to get laid. Again, as I was saying before, why do you do what you do? That's nothing wrong with that. But what I would like to know is like I don't have to say I don't have to get crude, right? I don't have to say, hey, what's your body count? Like how many relationships did you have before you decided to take this book and give it to your now wife? Because I'm going to tell you right now that everything that this guy has said, and I don't want to pick just on PBD because Scott Galloway does the same fucking thing. Richard Reeves sort of does the same thing. Anybody who has some solution, some magical fucking pill to solve the male loneliness crisis, or as I said before, the fertility crisis. He was even mentioning that in the beginning of the video, right? How are we going to solve this gender divide? How are we going to get the boys and the girls to come together on the playground and start fucking and having babies? How do we get them to do that? Well, everything that Pat has said sounds very virtuous. It sounds great to me, right? Build yourself up. Bootstraps. You got to have leadership and confidence and a certain seriousness, and all of that plays to women's desire and need for long-term security, which is firmly rooted in the beta buck side of dual mating strategy. Awesome. The problem with this is it completely ignores the alpha fuck side. So you can have all of this stuff that he was just talking about. We can be confident. We can be serious. We can be going places. We only make $30,000 a year, but we have potential to make a whole lot more. We hope the girl thinks that, right? And then if you look at statistically from Generation Z, guys are not making as much money as women. They are not as educated as women are. They don't own as many homes as women do. I mean, we just run down the stats right there. So you're already playing at a disadvantage there. But let's just say, for sake of argument, you have all of this stuff: seriousness, confidence, human nature. You're good at game, right? All this other stuff that he's just mentioned right now. And that's great if the girl is 29 years old or she's 30 years old and she's ready to go, you know what? I had my fun. No fun for you. It's time to get serious. It's time to get down to business, brother. And you've got some hoops to jump through. Women break rules for alpha males and they make rules for betas. And there is nothing that is more self-satisfying for a beta male who doesn't get no pussy, who doesn't get no hoes.
Man, bro, sometimes you don't get no hoes, man.
There's nothing more self-satisfying for that guy than that woman speaking his language right then and there. Oh, I finally found a girl who like really appreciates all this stuff. Yeah, because she's 30 or she just turned 30. And now she, all that stuff, like, you don't forget about all my crazy college. The foam cannon party, man, it was 23. But I need you to prove to me that you're serious, you're confident, you are, you've got good grasp of human nature, you're going places and everything else that he's written on there. Guys love that because it sounds like virtue and they think, oh man, finally my ship has come in, because they're still ignorant at 30 years old. They haven't realized that they are going to be in a much better place when they get to be about 35, 36, 37 years old, and they're hitting their stride. And now they have some sexual, assuming they built the most of themselves and they've become, they're realizing their maximum potential. That woman at 30 that chips are fucking down. So what Patrick Bet David is saying here is like the only thing that really matters is the beta buck side of the hypergamous equation, which is absolutely patently false. Because you can have all of that. Imagine you can find a chick who's like, it's this side of 30. Say she's 27 and she seems like this is, I'm very serious. I found a really great guy and everything like that. But you know what? That guy is nowhere near as sexy as the guy who's this irresponsible fuck. The drummer in that goddamn band, Jinx in Vegas, man. That guy, that irresponsible fuck, man. He just rocks my world. What can I say? But don't worry. When I hit 30, you'll still be around and you'll be serious and confident and have a leadership capacity, and you'll be serious. You'll definitely be serious, and you'll probably be much more willing to jump through all those hoops that I'm going to make for you at 30 years old, 32, 33 years old, because I want to make sure we're both right with God and we're both doing the things the right way and everything else. And that guy's going to go, yeah, finally. I followed the Patrick Bet David program, and my ship has finally fucking come in. Well, your ship back in when she was 23 was a much different ship than she is now, right? The alpha fuck side of the equation has to be addressed. Scott Galloway, Jordan Peterson, for fuck's sake, certainly Patrick Bet David, understand. Women have a visceral, sexual, lustful side. Even that fatty chick, Karen over here. Women like to fuck. Women want to get with hot guys. Simple as that. And they don't want to get with average dudes. You have to be above average. That's exactly what Patrick Bet David is saying. All this stuff right here, I can't fault him for that, right? Be above average. Be better than the average dude, right? So being better than the average dude gets you this chick. Put her in. You have to be better than average to get Karen. That's what you have to have seriousness, and you have to have, a good grasp of human nature, and you have to have, confidence, and you have to have a lot of potential, mister, because she's worth it. She just doesn't want to get with any old guy. She's got to get with a guy who's she's not even 6. Well, I wouldn't even classify that. She's a 3, right? And if I'm being generous, I had 3. She deserves a 7, bro. And you're only a 5. You got some fucking work to do. Now, are you grasping the gravity of this problem, Pat? She's still, it's funny. She still thinks she deserves Jason Momoa. Where's my Alan Richardson? I'm going to wait here until he shows up. Get the fuck out of here.
She is also in a place that is looking for the same thing as you. If you're in the market talking to girls that want this, or just want this, or just want this, you're wasting your time. If you're in the market for this and this, you have to also go talk to girls that are only looking for this and this. You're wasting your time talking to people that are not. What are you doing?
Okay. Guess what, Pat? They want all of that. They want the hot guy in the foam cannon party, and they want him to have all those great beta bucks traits as well. So separating those two, if you're only looking for a girl who is loose and she's a floozy, you can go down to any of these nightclubs. You can go to 11 here in Miami. Yeah, there's player a dime a dozen. Yeah, they'll suck your dick for a dime, Guess what? The girl who wants a kids and a family and appreciates faith and appreciates your potential leadership and your potential and your confidence or whatever, all those great beta bucks qualities. Guess what? She still likes to fuck. She still wants a cool guy. She still wants a guy who rocks her world. She still wants excitement. If she didn't, she wouldn't have been going from 18 to 28. Looking at the plan. Why? I remember, and this was actually on Valuetainment, as a matter of fact. I can remember when I was on Adam Sosnick's show. I was on with Mike, actually. And we had a panel of girls. Tiffany Fox was on there. And Amy Dangerfield was also on that panel. And my girl, my wonderful girl, Maya, was on that. Maya Allegra. Of Temptation. She was a temptress on Temptation Island, right? She was on that show. And a few other girls were on there. And Adam Sosnick went around and was asking, one of the questions he put to the panel on the Saucecast thing that we were doing. How many of you girls are looking for a long-term relationship or marriage? How many of you girls want to be married in the near future, right? And they would go around all these girls. What was funny is Amy Dangerfield. She's only married now, but she's like, we know what was going on with Amy, right? But so they're going around, and all of the girls who were this side of 30, just about ready for award, the first ones to say, yeah, I'm looking for a long-term relationship. Really want to get with the guy. If the girl was 23, she's like, I'm not even thinking about that. What are you talking about? And the reason this is noteworthy is because Adam Sosnick would run these poor girls up the flagpole for that. Oh, you're not thinking about your future? I'm 23. I even told him I should pull that clip. I should go find that fucking video and pull that clip. And because I stopped the show and I said, Adam, stop for a minute. I said, you see what this chick said? How old are you? 23, right? That girl at 23 has no interest in a long-term relationship. Why? Because she's at her peak, man. She's at her peak sexual selectivity. It would be lunacy for her to go, you know what? I really want to settle down with a guy right now. Maybe if the guy, the perfect dude fell out of the fucking sky, sure. But the girls who were the youngest wanted nothing to do with a long-term relationship. They were having a blast. They wanted to stay fucking single, especially in Miami or Fort Lauderdale. Are you kidding? And people say, well, it's because it's moral degeneracy. It's a sign of the times. It's the moral fabric. And I think, okay, but it is what it is. The mechanics don't change. The desire doesn't change. The girl's 23 years old. She doesn't want to fucking settle down. And I'm for better or worse. I'm not saying it's good or it's bad. I'm quite honestly, I think it's kind of bad. But the thing is that's the case. So that chick, it's not in her best interest to settle down until she's about 28 years old. That's why I keep saying that's the epiphany phase. That's why when you go through, where is it? That's why when you look at the timeline right here, right? The party years, man, I made it 20, but it's really 18 to 28. Of course not. That's when she's looking for, she's selecting her options. She's at her peak selectivity. She's at a peak of her power agency. She's at a peak of her sexual agency right there. And I want to point something else out here too. So if you look at the orange part right here, the party years, that also known as the hoe phase. If you look at that party years section right there, this is out of my second book, by the way, in case you're wondering. This graph is out of my second book, which is Preventative Medicine. The entire book is actually based on this timeline. And I wrote this because I had so many guys from the first book were asking me, Rollo, I wish I would have known this stuff before I got divorced, before I got married, before I had kids, before I wish I could have known this stuff then, that I wish knew this now that I knew then, right? Or I wish I knew it then. And so that's why I came up with this. And again, this is loosely based on ideas and just basic logic, right? And so I generally peg 23 as the apex of women's sort of sexual agency. That's the peak of their power. Like right here, this would be a good example, right? Everybody has seen this. Everybody gives me shit for this, but it has been backed up over the years. Continuing on. So 20 to about 28-ish. Well, it's 29, 28, 26 is about when women start thinking about it. But 27, 28, 29. Remember when Tommy Lahren started like hemming and hawing about, I can't find a real man. Where are the real men? Screaming and yelling. It was in August of 2020. I remember. Because I did the response video to it. And then she was married later on. She was 28 years old when she did that. I go, right on fucking time. Right on time. And so what happens then is you're looking at a woman who's 23 years old. She doesn't care about faith. I mean, maybe she cares about faith, but she doesn't care about faith as sort of like an attraction quality to a guy, unless she's like really super religiously raised. And you're talking about average people, right? She's not looking at like clearly like a guy who's like within her same peer age. You want to know why like what's Gen Z women are dating guys out of their age cohort? Because Gen Z guys don't have those qualifications. They're not made. So if you've got like this potential and you've got this confidence and you've got all this other shit that Pat wants to tell you is the key to finding a good wife and then like having babies and then we're going to stave off the fertility crisis, right? Well, yeah, we are, but it's going to be like millennials and Gen Zs that are going to help, or Gen Xs that are going to help the Gen Z chicks, put babies in them. Millennials are going to put more babies in Gen Z women than Gen Z men are at this point. Yeah, take that one to the bank, man. There will be, here you go, Pat. Gen X men and maybe that's maybe a little, I don't know, because some are like, Mark Sartain is technically Gen X. So yeah. Gen X men and millennial men will put more babies in Gen Z women than Gen Z men will. Guaranteed. I will die on that hill. Take that to the bank.
Gen Z's in their hoe phase.
Yeah. Why? Of course. Because especially if it comes to like settling down and everything else, like all that great stuff about you got to have confidence, you got to have this and this and this. Yeah, those are unproven commodities. Why would a woman who's a Gen Zer who has her shit together, like collectively, statistically speaking, she has her life together better than most Gen Z men? Why is she going to get with a Gen Z guy? You hear this constantly on the female the femcasts, tradfem, whatever. You hear it anywhere. It doesn't even have to be like a traditional thing. It could be call her daddy for fuck's sake. The thing is, like, how come guys don't have their shit together? We go look at the what was it, the 64% of guys in Gen Z are identify as being single, whereas like 34% of Gen Z women classify themselves as being single. How does that work? They're either all fucking the same one guy who's in Gen Z, or they're fucking guys that are out of their age cohort. I think it's pretty self-evident, right? It is happening. I mean, it makes sense that deductively it's happening. So why don't we like address that gorilla in the room first, Pat? But we're not going to do that. And I'll tell you the reason why. And I'll just finish up here with it here in a little bit. In fact, I'll just take him out right here because I think I'm pretty much done with him. But everything that Pat has to say in this video is rooted in one thing, the beta buck side of the hypergamous equation. So Pat, unless you can tell Gen Z guys to get their shit together collectively and start, working on themselves, great, awesome. But you're only doing it from one side of the equation. Now, what do we do when clavicular or follicular as well? What do we do when when looks maxers go, you know what? We're going to respond to the market. That's all Clav is doing. I'm going to use Patrick Bet David's own logic against him, right? Clavicular's not superficial. He's not that's not vanity. That's a market fucking correction is what that is. Clav is a market correction. Well, I can't possibly compete. I'm a 19-year-old kid. I'm 20 years old. How is he, 20? He's not even 21. I know that. He's 20 years old. He can't possibly compete on the beta bucks long-term security side of that equation. I mean, maybe Clav can, but like the average Gen Zer guy, right, can't compete on those. The having the money, having the affluence, having the prestige, having the status, being confident, being faithful, being having potential, all that other stuff. It doesn't matter to Gen Z women because average Gen Z women don't want to have anything to do with average Gen Z men. So why would they? Because they can take care of their own long-term security needs now, or even if they can't, the perception is, for the vast majority, that they can. So if that's the case, if a woman can satisfy all of her long-term needs, she's got the money, she's got her education, she's she's going to church, whatever, she can satisfy all that beta bucks, the provisioning, protection, and parental investment, she can satisfy that all on her own. Why does she need a guy? What on earth could she possibly need a guy for? And I think we know. The alpha fuck side that we keep fucking ignoring and sweeping under the fucking rug. We don't want to have that conversation. But you know who does want to have that conversation? Clavicular. You know who does want to have that conversation? Looks maxers. You know who does want to have that conversation? Guys who are running gear. Guys who are fucking out, and you're going to give them shit. And Rob Henderson and the rest of these guys, our intellectual betters, are going to go and say, that's so vain. I can't believe it's mouse utopia and all. Let's throw out as many degenerate themes that we possibly can. But the fact of the matter is, clavicular is a market correction. That's all he is. So all this bullshit about you got to go do this. Let me give you some advice from when I was, 2002, right? It counts for fuck all because those average women don't want average men. In fact, it's not even they don't want them. They're entitled to above average men. They're entitled to elite class men. That's the impression. Don't believe me? Go look at Caller Daddy. Go look at any of these other femcasts where they're sitting around on the couch and fucking holding their fucking little wraps and everything and drinking big coffee cups. Those ones, they're going to say the same fucking thing. And why? Because they don't have, and men are superfluous. At least the guys from the perspective of providing and protecting and all this long-term security aspects of the dual mating strategy, they at least have the idea that they can do it all themselves. We don't need men. What are you talking about? We don't need men. Even John from It's Complicated, even he has to admit this. Right? You see, what do we mean? Do we need men? Do women need men? Fuck no. We can take care of ourselves. We're independent from men. Every last one of them will say the same thing. You go and you ask guys, do we need women? Yeah, as long as they're beautiful. Yes, we love women. That's where that's where these stats come from. That's where that's where the rubber meets the road for that fucking stat. Overall, do you have a positive or negative view of the opposite gender? That's where the rubber meets the road. Thank you, by the way, for doing us the society a service, John from It's Complicated. You have doing yeoman's work. Yes, says we've proven it already. So if average women don't need average men for the average things that they can supply, it would also say that Echo to a certain degree here is actually correct. Women aren't ignoring good men. They're ignoring men who think they're entitled to her as a reward for clearing their lowest bar. Well, first of all, we know what the average woman looks like and her attitude and everything else. So it's not really that great a bar to begin with. Okay. But the thing is you're not being punished for being average. You're being punished for believing your completely ordinary traits should attract any woman you desire. That's where she is correct. And it's not because of men's hubris, it's because of women's hubris. Because women, average women, believe that they are entitled to elite men. You want to know, again, why is the marriage rate in the shitter? Why has it been at, what is it now, 6.1 per 1,000? It is the lowest rate it has ever been in recorded history. Why? Average women don't want to get with average men. Simple as that. That's why. Yes, exactly. That's why. Why is the fertility rate what it is? Average women don't want to get with average men. They are entitled to fuck and reproduce with elite men. And if they don't, then it's men's fault. Good thing we have guys like, I don't know, Matthew Hussey and Patrick Bet-David and the rest of these other idiots who are dating coaches to say, don't worry, ladies, we'll tell these guys to be better for you. Don't worry about that, or the trad kind. Hell, even fucking Charlie Kirk, man. The same thing is, don't worry, we'll tell these guys to man up so it'll solve your problem because you can't find an eligible bachelor, a good godly man who has leadership qualities and all this other shit that we're talking about. We're gonna make sure these guys man up and do their duty for Karen, right? No, that's why it's not fear. It's like the guys are just like, what's the point? It's indifference, Pat. It's not, they're afraid to make an approach. No, they don't care. They don't, like, why would they? These chicks only want Alan Richardson. They only want the hot guy in the foam cannon party. Or they're looking for a guy who's so fucking elite that there's not even any point of having much to do with them in the first place. I'm not saying it's right or it's wrong. I think it's actually stupid. I really think guys should actually make an effort. They should. But I also understand why they're not. Because, again, as I said before, women are what's wrong with modern dating today. Because women are entitled to the apex elite guy that Patrick Bet-David is telling his boys that that's what they need to be. So they can get with the average girl who is 5'6" and 170 some odd pounds with a 39-inch waist. Yeah. Why? Porn is way better. I understand. Of course, porn would be awesome. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? If that solves the problem, get a sex doll. I hate to say it. I'm God damn it, man. Fuck you for making me agree with Turd Flinging Monkey, but I'm going to have to agree with Turd Flinging Monkey. And I will get him on the show at some point. What did he say? All you need is a sex doll and a dog. And you're done. You're like, hey, well, what else is there, right? They're putting, because they're average dudes. And but as I've said before, and we'll get back to sociosexual hierarchies again, the average dude is the delta male in sociosexual hierarchies. He's the salt of the earth guy. He's the guy with the average job. He's not failure. He's not a raging elite class success either. He looks like Todd, right? He looks like that little frumpy kind of guy. Oh, maybe he works in middle management, maybe he doesn't, whatever. These are guys that keep the lights on. These are the guys that fill the potholes. These are the guys that work on the electrical grid. They keep the water clean. They keep your food clean. They work on the oil derricks. They work, these guys are, like I said, blue collar guys. They're average guys that keep society moving. And the problem is that it used to be a sort of an unspoken social, contract that these guys could at least, an average guy could at least, if he worked hard and he put in a hard honest day's work for an honest day's pay, he could be relatively assured that he was going to get an average woman. They were going to have average kids. They're going to have an average dog in the yard, and they're going to have an average SUV. Guess what? All that shit, all out the window in the internet age, because Karen can get fucking Jason Momoa. There's a possibility Karen might be able to be flued out by Drake to Biscayne Bay for a yacht party. Yes, I know it sounds crazy, but the idea is maybe I could. Right. The thing is that women's entitlement, women's understanding of women's hubris is what you're fighting against, Pat. That's not guys not measuring up. And of course, the whole thing is men need to measure up so women can be happy. And not because they want to be better men to be better men. That's what I would teach and reignite. No. You need to be better men because Women have a problem with you, and you need to measure up, mister. You need to start doing your duty because we're going to tell you what your duty is. Guys are like, fuck that. And again, is this black pill? Is this MGTOW? Is this doomerism? It's not. I do not agree with any of that shit. I think you should build yourself up for yourself. And guess what? You could still get laid. It's like I said, the crisis of motive earlier on. See how everything coalesces at the end of the show? Why do you work out? Because I want to fucking get laid. Okay, why else? Well, because I also do it for me. I do it for chicks, and I also do it for me. Can both be true at the same time? Fuck yes, it can. And so now I'm going to be able to work on myself and do what I want to do and be a better person for myself. And then lo and behold, I find that suddenly women actually find me attractive because of that. Fuck yeah. Awesome. Did I do it for them? Sure I did. Did I do it for me? Sure I did. It can be both. Nothing's wrong with that. And there's nothing superficial about that. But you're never going to hear that come out of the mouth of Patrick Bet David because we have to protect women's little fifis. We can't say that women actually have a libido. Oh, sorry. The right women. The right women have no libido at all. You guys are just completely asexual until you meet this guy who's, Patrick, a PBD man. Then suddenly you're good. But the problem with that, of course, and on a societal level, as I was saying before, is when you lose the deltas, you lose society. And that's what they're worried about. That's what people like Patrick Bet David are worried about. They're worried that if they lose the deltas, they lose society. And they should be worried. They absolutely should be worried. Because when you get enough guys who are the delta male guys who are just the average go along to get along guys, the guys who are they shower when they come home from work instead of before they go to work. The guys who are the salted, like I said, the middle America, the day laborer guys, these guys who go out and get shit done. When you say getting shit done isn't enough, that's just what average guy. You need to be elite because you can't possibly find a good. First of all, you got to be Christian, so therefore you can't have sex until you're married. Well, but I'm never going to get married because I'm not elite. So now you're saying that because of my religious affiliation, that I'm also excluded from sexual activities because I'm an electrician. I'm a welder. I work in waste management, meaning I'm a garbage guy, right? So you're saying to me that I have to hold off and not have sex with anyone because then it's fornication, right? But I can't get married because I'm an average guy, and average men are not what average women don't want to get with average men. Guess what? Fuck you. They'll find something else. You want to know why the manosphere has exploded? You want to know why all these guys left your fucking church back in 2020 or 2012? Where do they go? Oh, the red pill. We got to get these guys. We need a men's ministry and get them back. And not unless you're telling them they can get more ass. They're not going to do that. They're not coming back. And the other thing, by the way, is the Democrats want to be able to get like the men to come back to the party. They're not going back to you for the same fucking reasons. They're not. You never had them in the first place, but they're sure as shit not going to like realign themselves with democratic policies that don't have that hate them. Like, why would they want to participate in a game that is designed by people who hate them? They're not going to participate in that. They don't care. It's not about MGTOW. It's not about MRA. It's not about black pill. It's just fucking pragmatism. I remember when I read, when I first put The Rational Male out, when I published in 2013, it came out at the same time that Helen Smith published her book. I think it's Helen Smith. Published her book, Men on Strike. And but man, all the MRAs and all the MGTOWs came out of the woodwork. Yeah, finally, men are on strike. No, you're not. You're just doing it because it's the most practical thing to do. Nobody got together and said, hey, guys, we're going to march on Washington and we're not going to marry anymore. Nobody said that. There's no brotherhood uber alles that says, you know what? We're not going to marry any of these chicks anymore. Nobody does that. They just don't because it's impractical. It's the same thing with like, well, how come the marriage rate is what it is? Because it's impractical.
Dropped in 2013.
Yeah. What is it?
2013.
Was it Helen Smith?
It was Helen Smith, yes.
What month?
June 4th, 2013.
I knew it, yeah. Because mine was October 1st. Yeah. Men on strike. Nobody remembers that. Nobody was on strike. Nobody got together. Nobody gave me that fucking memo. Hey, Rollo, we're going to go march in the streets. No, we're not.
Hilariously enough, that's what 2 years after that. That's when all the SJW stuff started blowing up out of proportion.
Yep.
And it wasn't really men on there. Bunch of women.
No, that's the whole thing about wokeism. Wokesy. It sounds like Nazi. Wokeism is the same thing, man. It's how do women organize society? Society by women for women. What does that look like? A fucking police state is what it looks like. It looks exactly like what the woke are doing right now. It looks exactly like wokeism. That's exactly what it is. And I know Helen Andrews thinks she was original in coming up with this, but there are many people who predated her. Okay, I'm glad. I'm happy for her participation. Thank you. But still, I've been talking about it for a long time. Anyways, so there you go. That's the reason. Pat, until you are willing to accept that women are at least part of the problem. Like I answered this question the other day. It was, I think it was on, it was on the Untouchables podcast. And somebody said something like, if, don't you think that women are going to be as bad as men will allow them to be? Like as if men have the authority to force women not to do what they're doing. That ship has sailed, my friend. I hate that shit too. Because you'll hear it often from like trad femme women. They'll be like, when it comes to topics like pornography, if men were better, then women wouldn't do that stuff. If it was like supply and demand, if there was no demand, then we wouldn't supply it for you. Bullshit. Of course you would supply it. First of all, it's stupid conversation because there's always going to be a demand for sex. The other part is that it is. And I don't know why some of the most well-meaning tradcon guys just like die on this fucking hill. But what you're saying is that women don't have any agency. The little ladies would be better if it's men who have the power, and if we just stepped up and just said, "Hey, you're not going to do this anymore, missy." Like fuck you. They make their own money. They got OnlyFans. They got everything. They don't care what you think about that. Like I said, it's stupid. It's an untenable thing. And then on top of that, you're not going to take that agency away from them. You're certainly repeal the 19th. Okay. And then what? Repeal the 19th. How? Who's going to put that on the books? Who gets to write that legislation? You know what? I think we should probably reveal.
Who's taking the first step?
Yeah. You know who'll fight you the hardest? Men. It won't be women. It'll be men because sneaky fuckers think that they're going to be able to get laid if they take the little lady side. That's why. Not going to happen. So stop it with the bullshit. Let's take away women's rights. You're not going to do that. Work in the system. Figure out another way. I don't know what that way is, but figure out another fucking way. It's not going to happen. Oh, we need to. How do we, Rollo? How do we make average women want to get with average guys? You don't, because you're fighting against hypergamy. That's baked in. That's not political. That's not social. That's biological. Have we emphasized that? Have we amplified it astronomically? Absolutely. With social media, sure as shit we have. You could probably limit women. You could probably ban women from social media before you will ever repeal the 19th. Neither one is going to happen, but I would say probably social media limiting that could probably happen, but never before repeal the 19th. So shut the fuck up about that. Find another way. Find something else. Learn to be, don't wish it were easier, wish you were better. Again, the biggest problem I have is we live in a gynocentric social order. And what are you going to do about it? We're going to initiate legislation. How's that going for you? Probably not very good. In the meantime, I'm going to be working with my guys 45 to 65 who are part of my Reignite crew. And I'm going to make sure that they don't put a gun in their mouth. And I'm going to make sure they don't put a noose around their necks. And I'm going to show them how to live a little bit better, how to reintegrate themselves back into the sexual marketplace, and how to feel better about themselves and how to build themselves up. And you know what? The best way I know to solve all these problems is to work from man to man to man, from the bottom up. Social change can happen in two ways. It can happen from the top down, or it can happen from the bottom up. And the culture, if you can make a cultural movement, if you can build a groundswell, if every guy, imagine this, imagine every guy, I'm going to really, women are going to love this. Here's your clip. This. Imagine every guy in the United States of America, and Western countries too, but let's just say the US. Imagine if every guy in the United States from the age of like 18 to 80 suddenly became a red pill. Suddenly became like, they agree with the manosphere, they agree with Rollo Tomas, they read the Rational Male, they have become red pill aware. Imagine what we could achieve. Imagine what the social fabric would look like. Imagine this. And I'm not saying they're all going to be assholes or whatever like that, because that's the first thing people are going to interpret this. I'm going to say, look, they're going to go, I understand what's going on. I know how to work within this system. And now guess what? I'm a lawyer. I'm a judge. I'm a police officer. I'm a public official. I'm somebody in a position of authority or by order of degree. And guess what? How is that going to change my mind, or how's that going to change my decision-making process as a result?
How's it going to
of
change family court?
How's it going to change family courts?
Like
Exactly. How's that? Because I'm going to presume that everybody's going to use it for their own betterment instead of like being a fucker. But because that's the possibility. Like I said before, the red pill's like fire. You can use it to warm your home and cook your food, or you can use it to set yourself on fire and your neighborhood on fire. Okay, it's all in how you use it. I'm hoping everybody will use it more beneficently. Right? But let's just say, for sake of argument, tomorrow, every man from the age of 18, from 15 all the way up to 85, suddenly becomes red pill. Imagine what the society would look like. Imagine what decisions would be made as a result of that. If everybody had this, you know what, we're not doing it that way anymore. We're doing it this way now. Imagine what could be done. That's what I'm talking about. You will initiate social change quicker from going each one tell one. Like 90% of the people who read my book did so because somebody handed it to them. I don't advertise. God, are you kidding? I can't advertise. Imagine that. People like the continued popularity of the Rational Male, and just the first book and the rest of them as well. But the continued popularity of my book is first of all, it's a testament to the material that's in the book, but also it's a testament because it's an each one tell one proposition. Here, dude, read this. It changed my life, right? I don't have billboards. I wish I had billboards. I need billboards for Access Vegas, right? I don't advertise nationally, but yet everybody talks about my book. I don't advertise, on a commercial TV. I wish I could. I wish I had that kind of that budget to do that. And I'm kind of glad that I don't. And I'll tell you why, because I think it's more important. I think it's more sincere, and it locks the reader in. If a guy says, hey, dude, check this out, read this, tell me what you think. And I even mentioned this in the introduction of most of my books, certainly the first one, where I said, I intend this book to be talked about and have conversations about. I want you to hand this I even say this, hey, because I'll lose money, but here, give your friend a copy of your book, right? And say, I read this, I thought this was great. Let's have a conversation about it. I don't know, even now, was it the Fresh and Fit forums, on the Discord, Fresh and Fit Discord? Yeah. And I didn't know they were doing this, and they just picked it up again. But the Fresh and Fit Discord, they will go through my books, and they will have on specific days, they will read my book for a couple of hours. They have a guy that will just sit there, and then they will have a conversation about it. I'm like, fuck. And it was Big Mo who told me about that. I'm like, God, thank you. That's exactly what I want you to do. That is a much more effective way of social change than anything I can remember the MRAs doing anytime soon. And again, not to take digs at them. I'm sure that they've done something. They got a place, right? But there's a place at the table of the manosphere table for those guys. No, not saying there isn't. I'm just saying that if you want to initiate change, you got to be the change you want to see in the universe, right? But how do you do that? It's each one tell one. I think that's a much more effective way to go about doing that. And it's not like pontificating. Like I said, I can give Patrick bet David grief till I'm blue in the face, but the fact is he's only pivoting to this because he's bored. Like, what else has he got to do? Not much. Let me get to these real quick. And did I get to that one? I did. Thank you. And Sir Mr. Jason gave me another $1.50. No, $5. Ooh. So I live in Florida, and it's not Miami who's doing the $5 for one date. That's just crazy. $5 for one date. You're a Skittles man, aren't you? Skittles works, my friends. YouTube won't let me purchase another 50. I'll post in the feed. Rock on. You rock. And let's see. Official Rev Trad. I don't think it's fair to call MGTOW black pill. I wouldn't. There's black pill are certainly part of MGTOW, but not all, like all MGTOW aren't black pill. If the three purposes of MGTOW are 1, protection, 2, protest to fix family courts, and 3, focus on personal work, only the first is black pill. The second two are white pill. I wouldn't say that. Okay, so the problem I've had with MGTOW in the past is nobody can decide what MGTOW is. Like if I'm like, I know guys who are like married and they say, I'm going my own way, right? They're married though. But the mentality is that I think the one unifying belief, and remember, this is a best practice. This isn't a red pill, a praxeology. The one unifying belief of, well, I'd say maybe red pill too, but MGTOW is that you don't use women as the metric for your own self-worth. Does that sound accurate? Do not use women as a metric for your own self-worth. I think that's I can understand where that comes from. I still think that like guys who get hot chicks, right? Guys who have women that are surrounding them, that is definitely a byproduct of being a high value man. But that doesn't mean you're taking your cues or your self-esteem or your sense of self is not dependent on the women that are around you. But because like Michael Sartain, like we were saying, well, you don't want to be a guy who's got these chicks that are around, surrounding you, because then women won't want to get with you. No, they actually will. I know, I've seen it fucking happen. Okay. I can tell you firsthand you're wrong. But the thing is like when a guy sees Mike with all these girls that are hanging around him, first of all, he's doing that for promotional reasons, but also you'll see some, if you go to Mike's you go to his Instagram right now, sometimes he's there with Harper and like 4 other girls. That's not him trying to flex. He just happened to be there with 4 other girls. Do other women think that that's hot? Do they think, oh, this guy clearly he's pre-approved, other women want to get with this guy, and no homo, Mike's not a bad looking dude, okay? I mean, you could probably lose a little weight, but other than that, he's got it fucking going on. He doesn't have any worry in the world. You think that Mike Sartain measures his own self-worth by the women that are around? Fuck no. Are women a byproduct of his value and his self-worth? Yes, absolutely. But I would say that if this is just me, again, over the years, people telling me what is MGTOW, what is not MGTOW, the only unifying concept I can think of is that they don't, I would say this is a good policy, right? Never use women as a metric for your own self-worth. If you can do that, then you can sort of emancipate yourself from what everybody says. You need validation from women. Not if women are not my metric of self-worth. Well, why are you with all these chicks then at Babes in Toyland? Because women are not my measurement of self-worth. That's it. I think it's just simply a red pill perspective too. And also remember, MGTOW, MRA, black pill, white pill, pickup artists, trad pill, whatever pill you want to call it, those are all best practices. The red pill is a praxeology. It's the information, it's the database that says, here's this data, do something with it. Okay, MGTOWs go, you know what? The only logical conclusion is not to play the game. We're out of here. MRAs, you know what? We need to initiate social change to smash the gynocracy. Okay, best practice. Pickup artists, you know what I think we should do? We should take all of this information and we should like leverage it to fuck hot chicks. Okay, that's what you did. But it's the red pill that is the actual database. It's actually the information. That's what people just get lost about. That's the circular trap of why it seems unsolvable, since it's also in blue pilled, especially men's nature, men's nature, as you say, defend milady's honor and not hold them accountable. Of course. Well, that's also we also, by the way, what you just described there is exacerbated by our natural propensity for what? For the women are wonderful dynamic, or the phenomenon, whatever we call it, effect. The women are wonderful effect. Women can do no wrong. Women are above reproach. Women deserve respect just for being women. Men have to earn respect. I love that part in what was it, the Manosphere, the Inside the Manosphere with Louis Theroux, right? And one of the things that I think Myron said was like, men have to become and women just are. He essentially said something like that. And Louis Theroux just took it and just ran with it and just like completely distorted the whole thing. And so I felt like I had to go and do like sort of a breakdown of what that really means. And there you have it right there, right? Women deserve respect. Men earn respect. That's because there's two different gendered concepts of respect. I mentioned this when I was on the show with Mike and Myron, when we kicked all those girls off the show, a full table castle, and then Frank Castling, and then we actually had some serious discussion that everybody appreciated. Thanks. And so I explained that. I said the whole thing about men must become and women just are. Right? They are very offended by that. Well, women have to become too. No, they don't. Not for that value. Because women have respect no matter what. What's how weird? You don't respect women. That's the common definition of respect. Men have to earn respect. What makes you respectable? Respectability is merited. Women don't have to merit that respect. Period. End of story. At least in gynocentric United States, gynocentric Western cultures. Every woman deserves respect. Why? What did you do? Or did you do something that I should respect you for? Did you write a book? Did you help starving children in India? What did you do? I put on my makeup this morning. Polling shows women have marriage plus kids at the bottom of their priority list. For men, it's the reverse. But I bet he has no upcoming vid for women. Of course not. And I'm glad you brought that up, because I brought up the exact same shit with Scott Galloway. Where's the woman one? In fact, that was actually my smart ass response to PBD when he posted this on Twitter. You're going to be doing another video so women can actually be better suited for those Gen Z guys. No, it'll never happen, because women are above reproach. They're the ones that set the metric. Men have to become better, according to Patrick Bet-David and that mentality, to solve women's problems, because women are the benchmark. Women are the normative. Like, remember when I showed you guys this? I think I mentioned this before. Like, here it is. So when we look at, let's say you look at that rise right there in 2020, about there, and you look at, it's a 30-point skew to the liberal side of the political spectrum right there, right? Men stay more or less constant. Maybe they fluctuate between 0 to 10 to the 10 mark in conservatism, right? They're not leaning even to the 20s. They're not leaning to the 30s. They're staying right about where they were. So the normative in this should be measured by the guys, not the women. But that's not what we do, is it? Because what's happening here is that purple line that's right there, that's the normal. How is it the normal? Because we live in a gynocentric social order that says the female experience preempts the male experience. So the male experience is that orange line down there below. The female experience is that purple graph right there. Okay. So that's the normal. So why do you think, for the longest time, they said, men have become radicalized by Rollo Tomasi and Nick Fuentes and all these other, right-wing lunatics and Andrew Tate and Myron Gaines and everything else. Oh my God. No, they haven't. Because we haven't changed our tune. We haven't done anything differently, ideologically speaking anyways. We haven't done anything differently in the past, 20, 30 years. But you have. You've skewed so far to the left, and you think that all those men should be you believe, like by default, that they already are. They believe just like you do. They don't. They don't. This is evidence of that gender divide right there. This is the political spectrum, of course. But imagine how that works for dating. Imagine how that works for socioeconomic things. Imagine how that works for education. Imagine how that works for fields like law or medicine or just name it. Anything that's not like the Delta males have, on tap. Right? Imagine how that skew would look for all those other those sectors of society. Well, because we think that women are the normative, that if we see something that is that big of a skew, we think that their men must be radicalized. There must be something's very wrong with the men. There must be some kind of aberrant. They must be getting radicalized. We need to do something about this. Never mind all the teachers that are abusing their students. We need 20 million British pounds so little boys don't knife little girls in school and start spewing off rhetoric like Andrew Tate. Why? Because this is the norm. That's the norm. Purple is the norm. And so everybody agrees with us. Of course they do. And you know what? They're not wrong. Or at least perceptually, they're not wrong. Not according to Patrick Bet-David. Patrick Bet-David, if he looks at this, guess what? Like, guys, we need to really align ourselves with the liberal side of things. Maybe that's the wrong kind of girl, right? We really need to step up our game so that we can really match the girls. Well, the girls are so far to the fucking left. I don't know why you would want to do that, Pat. Why would, especially coming from a guy like you? You know what you'd have to do, Pat? You'd have to create a video to get the women to bring that purple down into the orange down there. And you're never going to fucking do that. Because you think you're losing subscribers now? Imagine doing that video. But that's really what needs to happen. He's not interested in solving a problem. He's interested in creating content. Same thing with clavicular. He's interested in creating content. He's not interested in like outlining a problem and giving you like actually actionable information. He's just interested in content. How do I know that? Because your brother and me created this studio in 2022, in summer of 2022. And we did so because Patrick Bet-David kind of snubbed me and then by default, Miguel as well. We decided to do our own studio here in Las Vegas. And you know what happened right before that? Pat put out this video. It's still on his channel, by the way, about all the great things he had in planned. He put $4.5 million into Valuetainment. He'd done all this great stuff. And you know what? He has no show. Like even Adam Sosnick is just his whipping boy. And I hate to say that because I really love Adam. But again, the same shit that he's talking about right here is nothing that Adam hasn't gone into. All that stuff that he ran him up the flagpole. Remember, you're just dating the wrong kind of girls. You're only meeting club sluts in Miami at 11. You're only, there's something wrong. And here's Adam trying to calmly say, no, it's a problem with women. It's a problem with this. Average women don't want average men. Blah, blah, blah. He's trying to like lay this out. And like, I don't know if I can't confirm or deny this, but I think that Pat probably put him on blast, like behind the scenes, says, I don't want you talking about that shit anymore. And now he's talking about it because it's convenient for him to do so. Man, if I could just get Adam Sosnick away from him and just bring him out here to Vegas, man, it would be a whole different world. Anyways, so that's it. That's what I got for you today. I hope you guys find this educational. I will give you my last little add-on here, is that I had a great time with the guys in Reignite in Miami. It was a fantastic meetup. We're going to do another one in August here in Las Vegas. It'll be centered, I should say, on the Babes in Toyland here in Vegas during Swim Week. It'll be on August 6th. So it'll be that week. So if you want to block out that week, say, hey, now it's time to go to Vegas. We're going to be doing it here in Vegas. And this is our home turf. So we're going to be I know we're going to go out, take the quads out. I know we're going to go shooting. I know we're going to go play golf. I know there's going to be a lot of shit that we're going to be having some fun doing. So this is always a really good time to do this shit. I see that one. So that's coming up, but more so than that, you will leave with good stories. You will leave with the thing is like, I think a lot of people look at programs like mine and like Mike's and they go, oh, these guys on the take, they see too much of like the Manosphere movies, or they see, they get a bad taste in their mouth. And I'm going to tell you right now, I wish I could do this and not come off as like sort of self-serving, but I wish I could have more of my guys sort of give you like these testimonies and say, hey, look, I used to be here and now I'm here as a result of this. And I'm talking about guys who have only been a part of the program for a year. And, Kyle's met a lot of these guys. They come out for most of them are like also members of MOA at the same time. And I think that's the camaraderie. It's the tribe. It's just having the weekly calls, putting these guys together. We have such a great network of guys. So if you have a specific problem, I know somebody who can help you with. We've had James Sexton come and talk to my guys in our Zoom call. I've had with Drew Bay talk to us about like fitness. Hell, I got Aaron Clary. If you want to fucking get Mike, whoever you want, right? I have access to guys that nobody else has access to, but that's not a flex. What that is that's me telling you that if you have a problem, we have the guys to help you solve it or help you point you in the right direction at the very least. As I said before, the reason why I focus on the unsexy guys, right? My demo is not 18 to 29. My demo is like 45 to 65. By the way, I have to go to Kiyosaki hit me up this week too. He wants to do a podcast with me. So I'm going to work with my 78-year-old best friend, 78-year-old best friend, Robert Kiyosaki. And those are the guys that I work with. And I think what's funny is whenever I see people criticize the Manosphere, especially these guys who are like, oh, they just want you to join their course and everything else. It's like, yeah, but who else is doing this? Rob Henderson. Who else is doing this? Who else? Hell, even in my own niche, who's focusing on the 45 to 65-year-old demographic? Most guys want to focus on the 18 to 29s or even into the mid 30s. Not to say that MOA doesn't, cater to that too. They do, but like we're specifically helping guys sort of rebuild their lives instead of taking their own lives. Who's saying this? What? Tell me somebody in the Manosphere who's saying that. Tell me someone in the Manosphere who is actually trying to put together a group of guys, or put together a group, an organization, or whatever, a program to help that particular demographic. Everybody's worried about, we're worried about the 18-year-olds because we don't want them to sound like Andrew Tate. That's not you don't worry about those guys. You worry about the 45 to 65s because that's the prime demographic for male self-deletion. That's who. Why are we not talking about that? I made specific reference to that in the ABC Australia interview that I did with Mike. And I hope that makes it into the final cut, because I want people to know that the Manosphere is not just about worrying about Gen Z guys sounding like Andrew Tate or Myron Gaines. I'm worried about the guys who are 45 to 65 coming out of divorces who are 9 times more likely to take their own lives. And I can tell you right now, we've prevented some. I've prevented a few of those. And we're also helping those guys build themselves back up from being zeroed out. It's not sexy. It's not sexy to go and say, here's this poor guy who just got it. He's broke, man. I mean, he's coming out of a divorce and lost half his shit, right? Maybe he lost his business. Some of these guys lose their businesses. Some of these guys are just fucking down on, they are fucking at rock bottom. And they don't know what to do with themselves. They don't know how to reintegrate themselves. They, like Patrick Bet David, their dating skills are still stuck back in 1995, right? They don't know what to do, so they need somebody there to help them. Their churches don't help them. They help the women. There's all kinds of networks for divorced women in the churches. There's nothing for guys. So guess what, church congregation, men's group guys? Guess where your dudes are going? Coming me. You know how I can confirm that? George Bruno. George Bruno will say the same fucking thing. I've also had speak at a Reignite stuff. We're here to help. We're here to help you put yourself back on fucking track. That's what I want to, it's like I'm 58 years old. I just had my health, I can't gonna say health scare, but just, put things in perspective at least, right? I want to make sure that I do good. I want to make sure that I help some people out before I go out, right? I want to make sure that if I have a legacy, it's going to be my books and it's going to be the people whose lives I've affected over the years. I might I have only these hands. I will die a pauper. What movie? But there's a lot of sales tactics I could throw at you. There's a lot of like funnel marketing bullshit I'm supposed to say. I'm not going to say that. I'm anti-marketing, right? I want people to find this program. I want them to read the Rational Male and the Rational Male Reignite. If you're trying to rebuild your life and put yourself back together, if you're looking for some fucking fun guys to go out and hang out with and do some cool shit, and you get to go to Babes in Toyland and actually meet hot chicks too. How awesome is that? You're only doing it to meet hot chicks. Yes, we are. But we're also having a good time too. Both can be true at the same time, right? All right, here we go. Last ones. Is there ever a bad time to give someone an extra copy of your book? No, there's not. What's this? Not a trucker. I fix elevators. I got a question for you, Kyle. We need to answer this before the show is over.
Okay.
I'm glad you're talking about 80, 20, and 5% rules. Friday was fun. Oh, okay. So you did see the show. Watching a recovering alcoholic and a self-proclaimed Sigma get pilloried. Yeah, that one guy. I didn't want to tell him. I actually kind of like that guy. I forget the dude's name. Jonathan something or other. I didn't want to tell him he's not a Sigma. I'm a Sigma, so I'm away from him. If you call yourself a Sigma, you are not a Sigma. No Sigma would ever call themselves a Sigma. I know that's very Zen, but it's true. It's very Buddhist. You have to think. No, there is no such thing as a Sigma. There's really only there's pro-social and antisocial alphas. Okay, a Sigma is basically an antisocial alpha. But thank you. It was a good show. I thought it was pretty good. Hi, Rollo. Can I ask something? Yes. Do you remember this part in Conan movie when Conan fights Rexor and Valeria came from the pit of hell to fight alongside, yes, of her man as Valkyrie. Yes, I remember that. God, now I'm really dating myself. That was like 1981, 82. Do these kinds of women born in modern generation? No, that was a work of fantasy. I get what you're saying. Is there such thing as a ride or die woman? Yes, there is. There are such things as a ride or die woman. The ride or die woman is not found. She's created. And I'm gonna leave you with that. That's gonna be the cryptic ending of this show. But I need to ask you this question.
Okay.
Remember when Prince died?
Yeah.
Prince,
Yeah,
the artist formerly known as Prince. He died from a fentanyl overdose, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Did he die in his elevator, in his house, in his home?
I don't remember that.
My wife said he died on a plane. I remember him dying in an elevator in his home. Am I correct about that?
Find out right now.
Rip Prince. I know.
Unresponsive in an elevator.
Fuck yeah, I was right.
At the compound.
I win, motherfucker. Yes, in his an elevator in his house.
In his home. Yep.
Ha! And that's why it was weird. And you know why it was weird? Because don't ever let the elevator break us down.
It was in Minnesota. Yeah.
Oh my God, it was true. Oh, I get chills when I think about that shit, man. He died in the elevator. Okay, ladies, don't forget that the average woman looks like what? Show me the average woman. One last time. That's what you're all fighting your wars for, gentlemen, right there. That's the average woman who says you're not enough. Keep that in mind, my friends. Let's see. I got nothing else for you. No Access Vegas until next week. We're off for this Wednesday. We'll be back. I want to say it's the 10th. I think, yeah, we'll be on the 10th. And I will probably be on some other podcasts between now and then because people keep asking me to do shit. Oh, and then don't forget, if it's live, I'll let you know. But Robert Kiyosaki, I'll be doing a show with him probably this week. So I'll let you know when that happens. Don't forget that the Vegas Golden Knights will be playing on Tuesday, and to see the first of the 4-game sweep that they're going to get from the Carolina Hurricanes. It'll be great. It'll be a great day. If If they get 2 wins next week, I'll wear my Andre Fleury jersey on the next show. How's that? All right, guys. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next week. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.
Good day, sir.
Would you do it again? I need to feel you on top of me. It was my first time,
Hello there, children. How's it going?
but I was just a kid when we met and went to bed. It was my first time. If there's any girls there, I want to tell them. I'm breaking up the rules, now another game. I've got some new tools. Please do the same. Time came by when over like a matchbox stereo.
We're never gonna score. We're never gonna score.
Bound to keep me up.
What are you gonna do about it? I'll suck his dick.
Would you like to know more?
Now we're fucking in the bathroom, tearing up every wall while I got your hair. Why you screaming my name?
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty? Ugh.
She was swinging in the bedroom, whole time stopping and stubbing with her head like she's Claudia Kelly.
Well, I'm a whore.
Ride me up and down like a pony, turning up my song, getting messy, working up and down on your body. Ride me up and down like a pony, turning up my song on your body.
Population.
Baby, we'll get down to it all.
Preceding podcast is a production of the Rational Mail. All rights reserved. Registered trademark 2026. Don't steal Kyle's stuff.
Good day, sir. Guilty, 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 guilty.
Thank you very much. Can I be in charge for a while?
I want to cast magic missile.